found something. Buenos Aires International Airport this morning. Now watch this.
Heralds.
Trail ends at the airport, but turns out that a top Providence operative owns a vineyard in the area. Don Yates, of infamous New York law firm Morgan, Yates & Cohn. And get this, he's hosting his retirement party today.
She's infiltrated them. She's sending a message. She needs my help.
Could have fooled me.
You don't know her.
Anyway, if you're going after her, you'll need to deal with the Herald. Her name's Tamara Vidal, former CIA asset and political firebrand. She's a master of surveillance and the Constant's most trusted aide. She'll have eyes everywhere. You won't get far as long as she's in the game.
Why are you telling me this? I thought you were out.
Yeah. Old habits, I guess. Anyway, I need to go. See you around, 47.
No, you won't.
Because you're not an idiot. Let's just humor him. Yates likes his little games. Don't be long.
You got my message.
You'd never get caught on camera. Not unless you wanted to be seen. So what's the play?
You're not the only one who's been busy, 47. I'm this close to becoming the next Constant. I'll be able to dismantle Providence from the inside. Only one man stands in my way. Don Yates. That weasel was the partner's legal counsel for years. He's the top candidate. But remove him from the playing field.
It won't work. If Edward suspects...
I will convince him you acted alone. Retaliation for Gray. Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
The Herald, Tamara Vidal. She has eyes everywhere, and they're all fixed on you. The plan won't work unless we take her out.
She never leaves my side for long. Whatever your plan is, I'll help you if I can.
You're sure about this?
As sure as I'll ever be. Here, I got you an invitation, just like old times. Come find me when it's done. Good luck, 47. Well, have at it, 47. Go on. We shouldn't be seen together. Like I said, we'll talk again when it's done. I didn't know you were the nostalgic type, 47. This is neither the time nor the place. Kindly point that elsewhere. I'm getting an unpleasant case of déjà vu, 47. Come find me when it's done. Good luck, 47.
Welcome to Mendoza and the dance with Diana. We wanted this mission to be elegant, bright and welcoming. With a dreamy, melancholic atmosphere that fits a trilogy coming to an end, we thought that a tango event was a perfect match for this mission. All the while with underlying tensions and a sense that something might go wrong. The setting is a vineyard estate in Mendoza, Argentina. As a location, it does not have much in common with the vintage year in Blood Money, but it is nevertheless a small throwback to that mission. Clearly, this mission is all about the return of Diana. For the first time in the franchise, she is a character in the sandbox. As in Berlin, the actual briefing for this mission happens in-game, and the main reason you're here is to meet Diana and together to escape the claws of Providence. Or so 47 believes. But what is she up to? It seems 47's loyalty to Diana is making him blind and is willingly walking into a trap. But Diana, the master strategist as she is, has a bigger play in mind. We poured a lot of love and passion into bringing Diana in-game. We wanted her to feel like she is part of the location and play a big part in how the mission can be completed. We wanted key moments to involve Diana as much as possible. Since our AI system don't allow Agent 47 to have allies in-game, we had to do a lot of manual labor and scripting to make it all work. And we believe it was worth the effort. We can see Diana and Agent 47 cooperating and working together on this map. But in a way, Diana and Agent 47 were never really partners. They have a very special relationship. In the end, we wanted Agent 47 to be free. For that to happen, Diana have to do some soul searching and let him go. But she also has a goal and a mission. No one is untouchable. And there is one last thing she needs to accomplish before she can stop using Agent 47 as a tool to do her biddings. And we can see the climax of this in the aftermath of this mission. And then, finally, when 47 is free, what will he choose to do? For the first time in his life, 47 is in complete control. Is there a world where Diana and Agent 47 can be true partners? That is up to 47 to decide.
Looks like we've got nearly as many bodyguards as we have guests. Seems like overkill.
Lots of important people on site today. Makes sense that they want to call some help in.
I get it. It's just kind of wild. You'd think the Queen of England was here or something.
Have you seen the guest list? I'd have been surprised if they didn't.
Look, I get it. But, you know, it's just a winery, man. You'd think this was a summit of international leaders or something.
Guest list full of big shots. What do you expect, huh? Gotta keep them safe somehow.
Just kind of makes me feel like someone thinks the local guys aren't good enough. Shit, is this a retirement party or a bodyguard conference?
There's lots of important people here. Political figures, lawyers, you name it. Gotta keep them safe somehow.
Yeah, I guess so. But still. Christ, they basically brought an army in for this party.
Do you even know what kind of people showing up for this retirement party? We're not talking run-of-the-mill rich folks, huh? They want security, they get security.
Just seems like a bit much.
Ready, Pam? 3, 2, 1, and...
For more than 2 decades, New York-based law firm Morgan, Yates & Cohn has been among the most successful and the most controversial companies in the United States. Founded in the greed is good downtown era of the mid-1980s by Kenneth Morgan, Don Yates, and Theodore Cohn, the firm quickly amassed an impressive client roster, counting such corporate behemoths as Top Investment Bank, Milton Fitzpatrick, and Van Orton Tobacco. A reputation for ruthlessness and dirty tactics, no doubt originating with the notorious affluenza defense of murderous socialite Chelsea Whitmore, has long stuck to their name. But despite the persistent outrage of progressives, the firm has enjoyed a seemingly never-ending streak of successes and legal triumphs. This, however, may be changing. Just a few months ago, senior partner Ken Morgan passed away unexpectedly at the HITMAN Hotel in Bangkok. And now, another of the founding partners, Don Archibald Yates, in front of whose Argentinian vineyard I am currently standing, has announced his retirement from the firm. And so, the burning question in the upper echelons of corporate America is this: has Morgan, Yates & Cohn finally run out of steam? I am Pam Kingsley, reporting live from Mendoza, Argentina, on GNN News.
And...
For more than 2 decades, New York-based law firm Morgan, Yates & Co.
Oh, cut! Neil, what's this asshole doing in my shot?
I'm sure the gentleman didn't mean to, Pam. Isn't that right, mister?
Jeez, can you believe these people? I think the whole world is their playground.
Don't let him get to you, Pam. Let's just take it from the top.
Fine, you're right.
Ready, Pam? 3, 2, 1, and...
Hey, asshole! What the hell is wrong with you? Go away!
Don't give him the satisfaction, Pam. He's clearly a jerk. Let's just go for a break.
Unbelievable.
Valentina must be over the moon about Don stepping down. She's been living alone here for, what, 6 years? Ever since the scandal that ruined her career.
Are you kidding? That's the perfect marriage.
Well, I'm sorry to burst your bubble of finely aged cynicism, but the Yates are genuinely crazy about each other. They're the proverbial power couple. Valentina was always Don's most trusted advisor and vice versa. Some say she's the brains behind some of his most famous court strategies.
Huh. Talk about insult to injury.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's just that one of Yates's clients is the rival to the Semaphore phone company, which got exposed in the data leak that ruined Valentina's career. In fact, Yates would have lost his first high-profile case had it not happened. I guess her loss was his gain.
Huh. Didn't know about that. Well, I guess if they can survive that, they can survive anything.
Except retirement.
No way. Guys like Yates don't retire. He can pretend he's going to be a full-time winemaker, but if he's leaving Morgan, Yates & Cohn, it's because he has a better offer.
He's a founding partner in the most powerful law firm on earth. How'd you top that?
All I know is he's been burning the midnight oil and he's not prepping for a case. Yates isn't winding down, he's gearing up. Some kind of private consultant job, perhaps? Mafia consigliere? Papal advisor?
Honestly, if Don Yates walks into a church, I'm fairly sure he'll burst into flames.
Is everything all right?
Oh my gosh, be careful. The ground's super loose here. If we fall, we're going to seem like such idiots.
We won't fall. We just need to get the peak and we are good. And look at that gorgeous view. You know it will be worth it. Everyone's going to be beyond jealous.
Oh, you're so right. The colours alone and the lighting. Could you ask for better lighting in a million years? It's like golden hour times 20.
I'm not going to lie, though. This gravel is making me really nervous.
Yeah, same. We just have to get the right framing, though, and snap it, and then I can liquefy our jawlines a bit so we're snatched, and then we can go.
Right. Super quick.
I was worried half to death when you didn't show up at the club last Saturday, you know? You shouldn't just drop a habit like that without warning people.
It's nothing to worry about. I had to postpone my flight home by a couple of days to resolve a little last-minute crisis. I'm sorry you were waiting for me.
I understand. You know I do. But Emilia, she really had a heart set on seeing you.
Don't baby the child. Life is full of disappointments. It's healthy for her to get used to them now.
Flames.
Why weren't you at the club last weekend? You never miss a Saturday. I nearly assumed the worst.
Ah, sorry. I had to spend a few days in Arizona helping with an emergency top-down reorganization. I had about as much advance warning on the matter as you, if it's any consolation.
Okay. I told Emilia you were probably working, but it was such a letdown for her.
How old is she now? 10? I'm sure she'll be fine. You know I never wanted to be a helicopter parent.
I didn't see you at the club last weekend. I was worried sick. I know you never miss a Saturday if you can help it.
Something came up. What do you want me to say?
Ah, that explains it. I did mention to Emilia that you were probably busy, but she still took it quite hard.
I'm sure she's over it. It's not healthy for a child to be that attached to their parents anyway.
Is everything all right? I was looking for you at the club last Saturday, but the doorman said you hadn't been there all day. I was sure he was lying, but the concierge told me the same thing.
Shit. I would have left a message with the front desk if I'd known you'd be looking for me. A case came up, needed some urgent attention. My hands were tied.
Of course. I assumed it must have been something like that. Emilia took it rather hard, though. She hasn't seen you in ages.
She'll be fine. Moments like this build a child's character.
You know, I was really looking forward to seeing you at the club last weekend. It was so disappointing when you didn't show up. And so unlike you. When was the last time you missed a Saturday?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I'd known you were waiting, I would have called and let someone know. Something came up at the office. It couldn't be helped.
Okay, I understand. Emilia was heartbroken, though. You know how she looks forward to running into you.
You and I both agreed that we didn't want to be as smothering as our own parents were. Whether she knows it or not, the girl needs a space. She'll thank me when she's older.
I was expecting you at the club on Saturday, you know?
Shit, sorry. I should have called. Something came up.
Of course. It was difficult for Emilia, though. I know I shouldn't have, but I promised you'd be there to have lunch with her.
I'm sure she's fine. She's our daughter, after all. She's not going to be wounded that easily.
These imported guards must be top tier, wherever they come from.
You see that one guy? Look like Secret Service or something.
Whatever it takes to keep all those VIPs secure. What do you think these international guys get paid? Same guns as us, different outfits. Twice the salary at least, I bet.
Hard to imagine anything going bad with these many professionals all around.
Could be worse. At least it keeps the VIPs happy. Every time one of those British guards walks past me, my shoulders get all tense.
It'd be nice if they at least respected the pecking order a bit.
You know how it is. They have to make the VIPs feel safe. They try not to piss any of the imported muscle off. Pretty sure we'll be the ones who get shafted if you do.
No kidding, it's pretty crowded.
Lots of important guests. It makes them feel a bit better, I guess. It feels like we've got bodyguards here from all around the world. I've never seen anything like this before.
And they're expecting a war or something?
With this many VIPs around, it's unavoidable. Someone's got to keep them safe.
How's it looking down there?
I couldn't even park a bicycle down there at this point.
It's a shame these folks don't carpool. Is there any space left?
Not unless we can start stacking them on top of each other, huh?
Shit. Let me know if they find any free space in the back. Is there any room left?
They're packed wall to wall down there.
I guess they should have hired a shuttle bus. Any more parking space available?
We're full up.
They should have set up an overflow area or something. Any more room at the inn, as they say?
It's so full down there.
Whew, that bad, huh? Room for any more in there?
It's packed.
Damn, that didn't take long.
Look at that vista.
Can you imagine waking up to that every morning?
I used to. Had a position in Chile for a while. Those were good years.
Oh, yeah? Where'd you end up after that?
New York. Love the city, but you just don't get the whole natural splendor thing.
Ah, good bagels, though.
Bienvenidos to Viñeda Yates, señor. May I see your invitation, please? Gracias, señor. Enjoy the party.
Evening, senor. Would you care for an aperitif?
Thank you. So, you must know everything that goes on at the event. Care to give me the lowdown?
Let's see. Most of the guests have already arrived. And let me tell you, it's like a Forbes 500 convention in there. Most are high-profile clients of Morgan, Yates, and Korn. But the Yateses are still no shows. Word is, they're still up at the house.
They haven't made an entrance yet. Curious. Any idea why?
Well, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but word is that Yates was in a great mood this morning, but that all changed when the letter arrived.
The letter?
Yeah, an honest-to-God letter delivered by courier. I mean, who writes letters anymore? Anyway, it must have been bad news, because Senor Yates heard the plant off the balcony. Big heavy one, too. It almost hit Isabel, one of the maids who had to go lie down.
Oh. Anything else?
The party is not the only thing happening at the estate. The winery is open for guests, too. You should check it out if you're interested in winemaking. It's harvest season, after all.
I might just do that. Thank you for your time, miss.
Right. Pleasant evening, senor.
Thank God it's finally over. That extra security detail was driving my wife and kids crazy.
We lucked out. Heralds say a handful of operatives were lost, but I figure they're downplaying. We've all seen the news. Lots of power players dropping like flies. But as long as we don't know who everybody else is, it's hard to call their bullshit. How did they recruit you?
I was approached by the old constant during my senior year, like my thesis on plutocracy. Got me a position with Sheffer Moore, then Morgan, Yates and Cohn, then Hampson Oil. I must have skipped 20 years of corporate climbing. Before I knew it, I was Secretary of State. And all I had to do was answer the occasional call, do the occasional favor. Seemed a sweet deal at the time. You?
My tech startup was caught up in a losing fight with one of the big five. I won't mention any names. Then a herald shows up. Says he represents a kind of corporate superstructure that is willing to acquire my startup and cover the cost of the lawsuit without asking a single share in return. All I would have to do... well, you know the rest.
I'm reasonably sure I helped get Richard Quincy elected, securing Providence access to the country's rhodium mines. But the heralds never reveal their grand scheme, do they? So there's no way to say for sure. Sometimes I find myself wanting to know what I've been accessory to over the years. Other times?
I hear you. Ignorance is bliss.
It's the damnedest thing, to be sure, like a Golden Age detective novel. First, an old money aristocrat dies, who just happens to control half the world's shipping enterprises. Then, on the night of her funeral, mind you, the younger sibling is murdered in his sleep, surrounded by his closest kin. And the motive? Well, this, as they say, is where the plot thickens. See?
Wait, don't spoil it. I'm waiting for the true crime podcast.
Oh, you won't have to wait long. We just secured the publishing rights. I got the author of the Jack Sparta novels to do an adaptation based on the testimony of the PI who cracked the case.
That was fast. I'd expect a prolonged bidding war.
As it turns out, the family is strapped for cash. The Carlyles have had a rough year.
Oh, one of the most gifted surveillance specialists ever to graduate from Kent. Ran one of our interrogation black sites for a while, and I tell you, those prisoners folded like lawn chairs. I couldn't believe it when she left the agency to go into politics, of all things.
Well, Vidal is nothing if not unpredictable.
I'd read her file, of course. Parents were political, fought on the side of the junta. And Tamara always was a firebrand. Still, talk about wasted potential.
Well, you'll be happy to know that she still dabbles in the dark arts.
Oh? How's that?
You already know Kronstadt R&D invests heavily in surveillance tech. Well, I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but Tamara Vidal represents one of our biggest private sponsors, and she's been instrumental in developing a cutting-edge new line of nanodrones.
Is that a fact? And who might this client be?
You're the CIA. You figure it out. All I know is she played an unusually hands-on role as a technical advisor. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if she had her tiny spies buzzing around this place, recording everything we say.
Balls. I missed the Cold War.
That woman. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Oh, I've got it. Didn't she used to be one of the pages? My God, I always thought she was a little too close to the senators. I should slap that glass right out of her hand.
Are you sure? Wasn't she a blonde? And I thought she was a little taller. It doesn't look like her at all to me.
What are you saying? You think I would just fly off the handle at someone if I wasn't completely positive they were whoever I thought they were?
I do wish you'd just dance with me, dear.
Oh my God, I think I know that woman. She outbid me at the embassy's holiday charity auction. I can't believe she's here. I could just wring her neck.
I don't see the resemblance. I suppose she might have gotten some work done, but it's just as likely that someone else, isn't it?
Oh, please. Do you think I wouldn't recognize someone who made that much of an impression? You know how good I am with faces.
It's not worth spoiling a lovely evening over. Just try to think about something else.
Remember that little tart who was working for your uncle right around the time the contents of the family safe went missing? Looks like she's come up in the world. Probably after a favorable marriage or two. Do you want to throttle her, or should I?
I don't think that's her. I suppose I can't rule it out, but it does seem like a bit of a stretch. I mean, she's got her back to us, for God's sake.
I can see her perfectly clearly, and I'm absolutely positive it's her. I've never been more certain of anything in my life.
Either way, the last thing anyone wants today is a big scene, all right? Don't give her the satisfaction of embarrassing yourself over ancient history.
You're going to have to hold me back. I did not realize that Charmaine was going to be coming, and I'm fairly sure. Well, it's been 10 years, but I'd know her anywhere.
Easy, easy. Are you even sure it's her? She might just be some poor woman with the same nose.
This is exactly what I keep talking about. You never have my back. You're never in my corner. I don't care. I know it's her. Full stop.
This is exactly why we only ever get white wine at home. Red makes you so testy.
Oh, that bitch. It's that woman. The one who sniped that spot out from under us at the preparatory preschool you picked out. Oh, I could just scratch her eyes out. How much do you think she paid that registrar? Obviously more than our bid.
I do hate to bring this up, but isn't that exactly what you said before you backhanded that poor woman at the theater?
I'm positive it's her. Why are you being so timid? I would have thought you'd be even more eager than me to take that little weasel down a few pegs.
Maybe it is her and maybe it isn't. We don't need to give her any more power over us either way, now do we? So let's just try to forget she's here, enjoy our wine, and watch the dancers.
You're never going to guess who else is here. It's that little piece of work who broke up Sharon's marriage. And have you seen whose arm she's on? I swear she has no decency.
I think you're overreacting a little. It's not like she killed anyone, is it? Besides, it might not even be her.
What are you saying? You think I would just fly off the handle at someone if I wasn't completely positive they were whoever I thought they were?
I do wish you'd just dance with me, dear.
Do you know, I saw you in the parking lot earlier and almost didn't even recognize you. No joke. Did you get your fillers dissolved or something? Oh, whatever it is, you look fantastic.
Oh, you're so sweet. I've actually been adding a new nutrition powder into my mealtime smoothies. I mean, I still put the others in there too, but there's this one they just released called Star Bomb, and I am in love with it. It has marine invertebrate protein and meteorite dust, and it tastes absolutely awful. But I just throw in a couple extra acai berries to balance it out.
Oh gosh, I don't think I'll ever have that kind of discipline. Hey, that wasn't too nosy of me, was it? Sorry if it was. I've always been so lousy at knowing where to draw that line.
Oh, sweetheart, it's fine. You worry too much. The nosiness just shows that you care. It's truly flattering. And God knows how I love to talk about these kinds of things.
God, I've been dying to ask you what you're doing to get your skin so glossy and glowy. Is it water? Oh, tell me it's not. I can't do the 8 glasses thing. I've got the bladder capacity of a gerbil.
Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Honestly, it's just good genes. Though, just between you and me, I've been alternating between cryo and vampire facials every other week. Blood and ice. It tightens everything up like you wouldn't even believe.
You know, that makes so much sense. Sorry for prying. I'd have been kicking myself all night if I didn't bring it up, though.
No, don't worry. I've been dying to talk to someone about it. You're the first person here who's even bothered to ask.
I can't tell who's more radiant, you or the sun. Oh, you have to tell me what you're doing. I refuse to leave you alone until I've got every last detail.
I'm so flattered that you noticed. I really amped up the amount of retinoids in my night routine, and I think it's making a huge difference.
Well, it certainly sounds like you've been busy. I'm sorry for prying, by the way. A girl's entitled to her secrets, but I really just had to know.
I understand completely. I would do the exact same thing in your shoes. Those crow's feet.
You're absolutely glowing today. I've never been so jealous in my life. What's your secret? AHA? BHA? Colloidal gold?
Thank you so much. God, you're so sweet to ask. I actually just rebuilt my entire skincare regimen around the 3 C's. Vitamin C, ceramides, and copper peptides. It's been an utter revelation.
I was really hoping you'd say vodka and sleeping in your makeup played a slightly bigger part in it, but that's probably unrealistic, huh? Sorry to pry either way. I just had to know.
Oh, no, I'm glad you did. You know how much I love to proselytize.
Oh my god, have I told you how stunning you look yet? It's like you invented that whole glass skin trend. You must be so hydrated.
Oh, you know the routine. Gym, breakfast, emails, gym, lunch, gym, more emails, dinner, and of course, I go to bed at 8 p.m. sharp.
You always did know how to really pamper yourself. I hope you don't think I was being a snoop or anything like that, but you know me. I can't stand a mystery. I've always got to know the answers.
It's so cute to me that you still worry about things like that. Oh, you're really good to a fault, aren't you?
You're looking so radiant today. Have you been doing something new, or is that just the early retirement glow?
It's actually nothing dramatic. I've been doing a lot of work from the inside out. I do my morning affirmations in my soul planner, then I update my daily vision panel. I put some time into my gratitude journal a couple times a day too, because I'm really trying to be more mindful this year. Then at the end of the night, I fill a page in my book of grievances and then burn it and put the ashes under my pillow. It's a lot of work, actually.
Oh, you know, I think I heard about that one from my life coach. But I take your word over his any day. Anyway, I hope that wasn't too nosy. I promise I don't want to steal all your beauty secrets.
Oh, please, you're hardly interrogating me at gunpoint. If I didn't want to share, I wouldn't have.
Hello there, and welcome to the Yates Winery. How may I help you?
First time at the estate. Could you show me the lay of the land?
Certainly, senor. This is the visitor center. On your right is the tasting room, where we have a lovely selection of house Cabernets. Upstairs is the dining and bar area, and over to your left are the bathrooms. If you peek over the railing, you can look down onto our state-of-the-art fermentation area. You can't go down, though. Staff only, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Most helpful.
My pleasure.
I've been meaning to ask you if you could give me the name of the artisan you hired to carve out that relief for your garden. You know how much Mother adores it. I was hoping to commission something similar for her 80th birthday.
All right, there. I'm so happy you like it, and I'd love to help you, but it wouldn't be nearly as special if everyone had one, would it?
Christ, seriously? You're unbelievable.
Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find someone comparable.
I've been meaning to ask if you could connect me with your portraitist. That cubist image of you and your late parents is transfixing. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since I saw it last.
I'm sorry. Their names slipped my mind.
What? There's no way you're serious.
He was hardly the only talent in the field. I'm sure you'll find someone.
I saw those stunning pictures of the fresco you commissioned for your son's nursery. Gorgeous stuff. I'd love to have something similar done in my media room. Would you be able to forward me the artist's contact information?
You know I'd love to share, but if I told you, then you'd probably tell someone else, and they would tell someone after that, and pretty soon mine would just be one more in the crowd. You understand, yes?
Seriously? You really won't even tell me?
Don't take it personally.
You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Mother's been nagging me no end to ask where you found that muralist who worked on your foyer. Do you still have their card?
Oh, damn it. You know, I think I threw their information out when we did our big minimalism purge.
Oh, for God's sake, are you serious?
Oh, I'm very serious.
Do you recall the name of the artisan who designed that bespoke reclaimed wood dining table for you? Serenity's been asking for something similar, and I'm sure the fella would appreciate the work.
Oh, you know I would love to tell you, but if I did, mine wouldn't be so unique anymore, now would it?
Seriously? Why are you like this?
You're a resourceful man. You'll manage.
I saw the photos of your new rose garden. Really exceptional, I must say. The Middle Eastern influence of the paths in particular, just exquisite. You have to tell me the name of your landscape designer. I'd love to have them remake our back garden.
Of course I'd help you if I could, but I believe he died just after he completed our project. Very unfortunate. But at least he went out on a high note.
What? You can't be serious.
I'm sure you'll figure something out.
See that guy over there? That's Don Yates' fixer from New York.
That is Corvo Black?
Don't stare. He's busted heads for less. The man's a beast.
Oh, I know the stories. Started out in narcotics, got fired for misconduct, not to mention headbutting an internal affairs officer. He turned PI and eventually wound up on the payroll of Morgan, Yates & Cohen as an investigative consultant.
Right. Evidence tampering. Witness intimidation. The odd bit of B&E. A regular jack of all trades. I take it you heard about Reggie West's hit and run? Nasty business. But I suppose everybody needs a Corvo now and then.
Wonder what he's doing here, though, at Yates' retirement party.
Yates is the kind of man who keeps his enemies close. I figure old Corvo is not here for the hors d'oeuvre.
Nothing quite spoils a party like your guests inexplicably dropping dead. Who were they again?
Couple of old money scions, Ingram and something Dutch sounding. I bet Sheikh Al-Ghazali was the real target. Everyone knows the family funds terrorism. Did you see any of it happen?
No, they were discreet about it. I caught a glimpse of a body bag, but that's about it. It was only when someone realized that the elevators had stopped working that the word caught on. Imagine all those socialites descending 200 flights of stairs on foot.
Guess all those personal trainers finally paid off.
PTSD, huh? You buy it?
It's not unreasonable. Think about it. Duval was kidnapped by the militia and held hostage for weeks. He was forced at gunpoint to disclose the existence of Providence in a public broadcast. And those animals would probably have executed him like they did Thomas Cross if our security team hadn't broken him free. I would need therapy.
So, Duval survives just long enough to retract his statement, appoint a Providence-backed successor as CEO of Ether, and then he accidentally slips in his bathtub during an anxiety attack?
It's odd, I don't deny it. But take Godfrey. Now, he's gotten it into his head that the partners are all somehow dead, and that the Constant runs Providence in their place. Conspiratorial thinking is a rabbit hole, my friend.
But if they murdered him, Duval was a rat, but he had no choice.
He did. Just not a very attractive one.
Senor, may I recommend the House Cabernet Sauvignon, a fine vintage.
Strong aromatic notes, black currant and red cherries. On the palate, a trickle of sweet spice and savory plums. Yes, not bad.
Oh, Senor is a connoisseur.
I dabble.
You would be scandalized, Senor, at just how many of the upper crust who only pretends to know wine. Why, that ghastly former right-wing politician Tamara Vidal, she came in earlier and asked for a pinot noir. Oh, can you believe it? God, ours is a civilization in decline. A pleasure to serve you, Senor.
Shoe leather? Plums? Is that raspberry?
It's all right.
Wonderfully fruity, with an excellent body.
I don't know how you're missing that cacao nib moment it has at the back of the throat. It's almost overwhelming. You must not be swirling your glass enough.
Make up for it. Well, right out of the gate, I'm getting impressions of Saskatoon berry with a sort of syrupy note just on its tail. Then, goodness, just a hint of leaves. Would you say?
And if I'm not mistaken, there's a sort of, well, it's almost like a new shirt, isn't it? Like linen or cotton, maybe? It's very crisp.
Our Cabernet.
Everything you said. What do you think? Smoke? Field berries? Maybe... I can't quite place it. Charred earth. That might be it.
I'm surprised you didn't mention the tobacco notes at all. Make sure you're paying attention to the sides of your palate. This wine really takes advantage of them.
Call it gravel? The tannins really occupy the middle of the palate, don't they? With a very earthy hit on the way down.
It really stays with you too, doesn't it? That candied cherry flavor especially. It's practically a dessert.
Cabernet Sauvignon. As you know, this grape is known and grown the world over, but you should find that ours distinguish themselves very quickly. You'll want to pay attention to the sides and back of the palate to fully appreciate the earthier flavors present, including signature notes of firewood and mushrooms. Oh, this is precisely my kind of wine. Full, sweet, with just a bit of pepper to keep me on my toes.
It's so leather forward, though, don't you think? Perhaps a little gunpowder for that matter? Shoe leather?
Our Cabernet Sauvignon is renowned for its complexity. You're likely to recognize notes of raisin and blackberry first, but if you nurture the taste on your palate a little longer, well, I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised. It's not doing as much as I would like on the sides of my palate, is it? She's all front and middle, just a burst, and then she's finished with me.
Oh, it makes me think of my college days, mixing up fraternity sangria for homecoming. What are you?
Here we have a Cabernet Sauvignon. A particularly worldly variety, you'll find that our grapes provide a slightly more pronounced acidity with more notes of red fruit and less of an emphasis on darker, plummier flavors. Ooh, the legs on this one are quite something, don't you think?
I find myself wishing it was a little more dry, but the tannins almost make up for it.
Cabernet Sauvignon. As you know, this grape is known and grown the world over, but you should find that ours distinguish themselves very quickly. You'll want to pay attention to the sides and back of the palate to fully appreciate the earthier flavors present, including signature notes of firewood and mushrooms. Did you taste that? Raspberries, blackberries, I do struggle to pin down the difference sometimes. Maybe it's more of a black raspberry, actually.
I could do without that note of... what would you call it? Gravel? Wonderfully fruit.
Our Cabernet Sauvignon is renowned for its complexity. You're likely to recognize notes of raisin and blackberry first, but if you nurture the taste on your palate a little longer, well, I believe you'll be pleasantly surprised. She's got quite the body on her, doesn't she?
And those notes of tobacco? I'd go so far as to say they're akin to Acadian Perique.
Blackberry. Raphael! Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm having I'm having a great time. Oh, the Malbec. Yeah, the Malbec that's just as good as you said it would be. I don't know how you do this. I'm trying, but I keep getting sick. Well, yeah, I swirl it, I smell it, I drink it, yeah. Well, yeah, I swish. Of course I swish. I'm not some clod off the street. What? Spit? Well, why would I spit? That's so wasteful. But you know how much work goes into making a single bottle of this stuff? How much energy? Why would I drink it if I'm just gonna spit it out afterwards? Well, why? It just seems disrespectful. Raph? I don't know that I want to risk slighting any of the staff. Wait, maybe I'll just try to pace myself more. That should help. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. Oh, yeah. Talk to you later.
Oh, come on. Seriously? Not today. Not today, Satan. No, no, no!
The Constant works in mysterious ways. I just don't get his fascination with this Burnwood woman.
She is brilliant. Perhaps even his equal.
So? All the more reason to keep her at arm's length.
That's not how he sees it. Burnwood is passionate, and passion can be directed. People who want to change the world are the easiest to corrupt.
I say it's a trick. He wants something from her. Probably that assassin of hers.
Nah, there's more to it. Burnwood went up against the Constant and lost. But she came too close for comfort, and now winning is not enough. He doesn't just need to beat her, he needs to convert her.
Sounds like an unhealthy fixation, if you ask me. She kidnapped him, for Christ's sakes. You sure it's not just a case of Stockholm Syndrome?
Oh, this is the Constant we're talking about. Don't worry. He's got Vidal watching Burnwood's every move. That girl has eyes in places I didn't even know existed.
That's something at least. What do we even call him now? We'll have a new Constant soon, and partner doesn't make sense when it's only him.
I'm sure he has something in mind. I take it he told you about the new policy.
Thought he was joking at first, but I do take his point. The West doesn't call the shots like it used to. Whole new power dynamics popping up left and right. There are other groups emerging, faster, meaner, hungrier. If we want to stay relevant, we need a new edge.
There's a reason Providence has been able to stay hidden for so long. The partners were all about the long game. Cold War spycraft meets mafia-style quid pro quo. They flat out rejected the Constant's plan when he first proposed it. Called it foolhardy.
You can't resist an idea whose time has come. Thanks to Ether's all-popular genome mapping service, we basically have the DNA of the world elite on ice now. Why spend years creating the leaders of tomorrow when we can just blackmail and coerce the leaders of today?
And I suppose now we know what that DNA-specific ether virus was really for. Christ. Did he plan this whole thing years ago? Did he see it all coming?
Oh, part of me wants that to be true. I'll sleep a lot better knowing he's infallible. Carl Ingram I knew about. Back when I lobbied for Milton Fitzpatrick, he was the conservative kingmaker in D.C. Never mind your accolades or pedigree, anyone gunning for office would have to pay fealty to the old bastard. But Stuyvesant and Carlisle?
The names are everywhere you look. Museum wings, concert halls, private foundations and scholarships. We just never noticed before.
It's true. If you're not in the media, you don't exist.
A few generations ago, though, they were the talk of the town, on a par with the Rockefellers and the Astors.
I just can't help but be a little disappointed. All this time wondering who the partners were, playing the guessing game, I was expecting more of a holy shit reveal. Presidents and kings sort of thing. You know what the Stuyvesant's primary field of income was last year? Insurance.
Just goes to show. Empty vessels make the loudest sound.
CEO of Kronstadt. I dare say congratulations are in order.
Close call, though. I was third in the line of succession, after Robert and Sierra Knox. But then the pesky Kronstadt Board of Directors decided to hire an outsider. Former chair of the Applied Science Division at Caltech with a rep for being uncorruptible. With her at the helm, our friends would have lost control of Kronstadt altogether. Luckily for us, she went and wrapped her car around a tree. Brakes, apparently.
That is
Hello.
fortuitous.
Anyway, Kronstadt stays in the family, same as the other assets.
So the heralds keep telling us. By their account, those terrorists barely made a scratch.
You don't sound convinced.
How are we to tell when we don't know who's who? No, I don't believe the Constant had this situation under control. I even hear he was kidnapped.
He must have done something right. Wouldn't have been promoted to partner otherwise.
I suppose. Don't really care either way. Providence paved my way, and I'm grateful, but I paid my dues. If they were to disappear, the sun would still rise tomorrow, and I would still be governor.
What are we doing here, Dexy?
Monumental Records are longtime clients of Morgan, Yates & Cohn. I thought we'd come show Don our support.
He's a blood-sucking leech. He's like evil incarnate.
A free bar is a free bar, Heidi.
How is any of this relevant to our promotional tour?
The class always had a strong following in Buenos Aires. You and Quentin have a 52% recognition rate. That's impressive in a fragmented post-monocultural market, especially since Jordan was always the front man.
We're not the class, Dexy. We're
the band formerly known as The Class, minus Jordan Cross. That's the reality, Heidi. You don't like it? We can still accept the live gig with Serafina. She plays arenas. It's good, steady money.
pass. I do have a shred of dignity left.
Oh, yeah? Want me to hold on to that for you?
Screw you, Dexy.
It'll be fine, dear. You'll get a hit and make lots of money. Hell, you might even see some of it once Quantum Leap and Dynasty Global and all other streaming platforms have taken their share. You just smile and do what rock stars do best, dear.
Yeah? What's that?
Get drunk on somebody else's dime.
This place has so much in common.
I tell you, whoever thought they were doing the world a favor by bumping off Rico Delgado and his fixer, Andrea Martinez, needs a crash course in history.
I'd think one less drug lord would be a good thing.
Well, not if they're the lesser evil. Rico Delgado was a son of a bitch, but he was our son of a bitch, plus a stabilizing factor for the whole region. Now the cartel is in the hands of Mad Dog Hector Delgado, and he's about 3 Colombian neckties away from a full-scale drug war.
The Morenos?
Somehow, the mad bastard's got it into his head that Martinez and his brother were killed by a Moreno assassin who infiltrated their ranks. He's purging his own sicarios at random, and they, in turn, are ratting on each other like 1950s Hollywood. It's a hot mess. Plays merry hell with the construction and real estate market.
Perhaps someone should take steps to retire him.
With ICA off the board. Good luck finding someone crazy enough.
It's a nice gesture, but a bit hubristic, wouldn't you say? He's not even been appointed yet.
Caution and modesty has never been Don Yates' style. Did you see the wine list?
I'm more of a beer man myself, but if Yates wants to bring the heralds closer together and play the modern boss, I don't actually mind. Edwards always was a bit aloof.
Plus, he has good reason to be confident. He is Edwards' closest legal advisor. Not even Thomas Cross or Eugene Cobb had a direct line of contact. I'd say Yates is at the top of a very short list.
So, how do you feel about Burnwood?
How do you think? She and her friends killed Yamazaki, Cassidy, probably Bronson. How is she fit to be a herald? But on the other hand, people defect all the time, and she's most certainly qualified.
True. The Constant knows what he's doing. Doesn't mean we have to like it.
Oh, it's her, all right. I'm good with faces.
I thought she'd be taller.
Everyone looks tall on a stage. She's changed her hair, but that's still Tamara Vidal.
Oh, shit. She had all the pundits shaking in their boots a few years back. What was her party called again?
Future Federation. It was a kind of a crypto-fascist movement promoting meritocratic corporatocracy with a splash of transhumanism to lure in the Silicon Valley types.
Sharp dresses, though.
At Pax Mundus, we did a report about the geopolitical ramifications should Future Federation ever get into office and trigger a regional surge to the right. But the party lost momentum when Vidal stepped down.
Was there some kind of scandal?
Nothing public. She just left. Must have gotten a better offer. You know how these firebrands are. Always ready to cash in some of that political capital for a corner office. Manny Russo of Goldberg and Partners calling for Vera St. Martin, please. Thank you. Mrs. St. Martin, just calling to check on those accounts we discussed. Correct? Yeah, Panama, Dominica, and Costa Rica. And my instructions were followed to the letter? Splendid. I shall inform Mr. Yates. Your guess is as good as mine. Yates's mystery client is setting up a Kafka-esque labyrinth of staggering complexity. Shell companies and phantom accounts looping in on themselves like a Mobius strip in a bad suit. I got a nosebleed just thinking about it. Okay. Between you and me, I couldn't help but follow a few breadcrumbs, and here's the strangest part. The money all seems to flow from another older shell corporation called Providence. Name rings a bell? Yes, that terrorist transmission a few months ago. Now, the thing was controlled by 3 families. Very old money, the Carlyles of the Carlyle Shipping Group, the Ingrams oil and steel tycoons, and the Stuyvesant real estate moguls. Yes, I see you read obituaries too. That is when I decided to do as my mentor taught me, cash my check, and mind my own goddamn business. Words to live by, yes? Well, same to you.
So, what's your take on these ICA papers? Oh, hell of a thing.
I'll say. As if we haven't had enough market turmoil this year.
It's just disgraceful how an agency like the ICA could exist and thrive for so long without the public's knowledge.
Boggles the mind.
That it does. That it does. Yeah, I do wonder, though.
Yes?
Well, just for the sake of argument, say one had an urgent problem and one found oneself without one's usual, how should I put it?
Service provider?
Yeah, precisely. What I'm getting at is all those shady drug lords and foreigners and whatnot who find themselves in need of a new such provider. Well, I was just wondering how they might go about that.
Uh-huh.
Hypothetically, of course.
Right. Well, I'm clearly not the right sort of person to ask.
Of course not. Just making conversation.
I certainly wouldn't be in the possession of a phone number to one such individual.
Surely not.
And even if I were, I certainly wouldn't be inclined to pass it on.
Well, no, that would be wildly unethical.
Right. So, good talk. Food for thought. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a shot in the arm. Ask for Stone. Good man. Reliable. And don't mention the nose.
You're joking,
Hi
right?
there, friend. This place reminds me so much of that little pied-à-terre you used to keep outside of Seville.
You know, I was just trying to place my sense of déjà vu. That's exactly it.
We should go back there soon. That place was good for us.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this just like that venue your sister used for her 3rd wedding?
You're right. You're right. I absolutely see it.
Oh, I should have proposed to you there. Instead of on the damned yacht.
You're joking.
This place has so much in common with that property my father had in California, don't you think?
Huh? You're absolutely right. My God, it's almost uncanny.
It makes me wonder why we ever left.
Okay, you must.
It's shocking how similar this estate is to the one your mother used to run, isn't it?
Surely you don't think I would have forgotten.
I never knew how much I could love a point on a map before that.
You're joking.
You remember that vineyard we visited for my 5-year anniversary at the firm?
Oh, of course. How could I forget?
I've never been more in love with you than I was with that sunset behind you.
Okay, you must.
Do you remember that month we spent in the south of France last year? Oh, this view really tickles those memories.
Of course. The hills. They're so alike. I don't know how I didn't see it immediately.
God, we were so much younger then.
You're joking, right?
I'm saying no other law firm has this kind of brand penetration.
So, people all over the world know that Morgan, Yates, and Cohn are a bunch of soulless assholes. Good for you.
Now, not good. Great. 94% of my cases never go to trial. Why? Because the moment the other side hears the name of Morgan, Yates, and Cohn, they know shit's about to get ugly. They know they're entering a Category 5 shit hurricane, and they can either settle or get neck deep in that chunky brown water.
And here I was so looking forward to the buffet.
The Chelsea Whitmore trial gave us some notoriety. Ken the Brick Morgan's affluenza defense is the stuff of legends. But really, it was the documentary about Van Orton Tobacco that made us a household name. Van Orton sponsored a well drilling project in sub-Saharan Africa only to spike the groundwater with nicotine to boost their customer base. And my friend and mentor, Don Cojones Yates, got them off on a technicality. Oh, it was beautiful.
Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. If you'll excuse me.
Something I said?
What do we do?
I could be a wine guy, right? I mean, investing in a setup like this, running it, bringing in a famous eccentric to handle the details, that could be me.
Oh, that's rich. Weren't you telling me not 10 minutes ago that wine's just whiskey for people with their heads too far up their own asses? I believe those were your exact words.
This is different. I can feel it. I really think I'm meant for this. This is a transformative moment in my life. So maybe you could be a little more supportive. You know, I'd like to run an operation like this myself, someday.
Last month it was horses. This month it's grapes? Well, what's it gonna be next month?
You're a terrible friend. I bet I could invest in a property like this. Maybe build it into something.
Ha! Oh, please. You couldn't even keep your daddy's firm afloat, and you want a winery?
Thank you for the vote of confidence. I never thought about getting into the wine business, but it does seem fruitful. Forgive the pun.
Yeah, sure you could. Whatever you like. Boy, I'm sure you do a great job.
The response I was looking for was more along the lines of, wow, you'd be a great winemaker? What a great idea. But thanks anyway. I've always wanted to run a winery. The class, the culture, the prestige. The well-stocked cellar. It'd suit me.
Now, you really think you have the stick-to-itiveness for that?
Well, I appreciate your support. Seems like once you buy into an operation like this, well, it almost runs itself. It feels like it's something that might be worth getting into.
Oh, that's rich. Weren't you telling me not 10 minutes ago that wine's just whiskey for people with their heads too far up their own asses? I believe those were your exact words.
Well, fine. Don't expect me to cut you in when I'm running the most prestigious winery in Wyoming. Seems like once you buy into an operation like this, well, it almost runs itself. It feels like it's something that might be worth getting into.
Oh, for God's sake, you always do this. What was it last time? Weren't you gonna open up the world's premier exotic short-hair cattery?
Well, fine. Don't expect me to cut you in when I'm running the most prestigious winery in Wyoming.
Awful shame what happened. It was the most charming little village. Almost made it onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. Must have been some rainfall.
Yes. Terrible, terrible shame. I blame climate change. Nothing we at the Mendoza Local Council could have done about it, of course. Man plans and God laughs and all that.
So you don't think the construction of a brand new dam right on the other side of the village might have had anything to do with the flooding? The dam that conveniently redirects the underground water flow to this very vineyard, bypassing the local ban on irrigation. The very same dam that was donated by a foreign benefactor whose name is lazily Yates in reverse.
Nonsense. Mr. Sette is an honest businessman, and Mr. Yates is a pillar of the community. He would never think to break the rules. He, a gentleman of the law. You should be ashamed of yourself, ma'am. Good day to you.
I take it.
Dear, you look like the cat that got the canary. What is it?
All those parenting books we read. I just find it so funny they never prepared us for being half a world away and getting a text message that our little girls negotiated a later bedtime from the nanny. Oh, she's going to be a real fighter in the courts someday.
Oh, look at you, the beaming little matriarch. I haven't seen you this proud in a long while. Penny for your thoughts, honey?
Oh, I've just been thinking about the girls. I wish I'd been that assertive when I was their age. If they can stand up to their nanny, they can stand up to anyone.
They grow up so fast. God, it's stunning, isn't it? Oh, you're looking very pleased with yourself.
Oh, I was just thinking about what the au pair said about Julie, our little pugilist.
You know what they say. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I see that twist in the corner of your mouth, my love. What are you thinking about?
I'm remembering the look on that tutor's face when our girls let him go. We really have raised two confident, competent little angels, haven't we?
Well, you have yourself to thank for that, I'd say. You've been a remarkable role model. Well, well, don't you look pleased? Something on your mind?
It's nothing really. I was just thinking about that notice my assistant forwarded. I know I should be mad, but the fact that a girl that little managed to guess her mummy's PIN number. She's just so clever, isn't she?
You're a credit to motherhood itself, darling.
Those Yosa brothers sure are taking their sweet time.
Right? This Argentinian barbecue thing, it better be worth the wait.
It was a short stint, but they made their mark. The Ark Society will never be the same. He can take pride in that, I suppose. Still, I can't imagine what old Byron must be going through.
Zoe and Sophia burned fast and bright. Everyone knew they lived on borrowed time.
Still, his only daughters.
Byron Washington mourned his girls long ago. No, it's why they died that has him in a rage.
Right. They were assassinated, like Thomas Cross and all the others.
Well, the twins were warriors. Assassination goes with the territory. There's a kind of dignity to that. No, see, Byron runs Providence's think tank. He knows stuff the rest of us aren't privy to. And he believes Zoe and Sophia were not the real targets. They were just collateral damage in a terrorist plot to get to the Constant.
Yeah, I bet that would send him over the edge.
The way I hear it, Byron is putting together a special task force to track down the assassin. He's got the will, the connections, and the means. We'll see how invisible this guy really is.
So, who do you back for the Ark Society chairman?
Well, I try to stay out of politics. There is a lot of support for Engelhorn, Janus's man.
Christ, not that insufferable bull.
But someone is pushing hard for Blake Nathaniel, the adventurer. The same someone who got the twins appointed in the first place, I bet. Anyway, Nathaniel will continue Sophia and Zoe's bold vision.
Wine glasses?
Good.
Over there.
I want to see Titan before I cash in my chips.
Where are the ornamental torches? Go get them in the van. I want them lit before dusk. Uh-huh. What's a bare knuckle boxer? How many have been asking for it? Jesus, it's a new one every season now, isn't it? What happened to Aperol Spritz? Fine, send for the ingredients. Finally, plates over there. Yes? Already? Call our supplier in town. Get them to deliver another 200 pounds of olives and macadamias. Now, please. Excuse me? Those are the wrong napkins. I said petroleum, not mint. It's not rocket science. Uh-huh. No. No mistake. He shouldn't be on the guest list. No, I'm quite sure. In fact, Mr. Yates insisted. Is he sober? Well, lean in and smell. Right, thought so. Please call a car and have them escort Mr. Yates' brother back to the rehab facility. Yes, in Maryland. Are those the crystal red wine glasses? Over there. Yes? Why is the DJ still at the airport? Her LP collection was sent to Guatemala? Well, doesn't she have a digital set? She would rather what? That seems a little extreme. Purists. Fine. We'll improvise. I believe Heidi Santoro from the class is here. Maybe she'll agree to temp. I'll look into it. No, we're not paying for the records. hard currency will just have to sue the airline. I happen to know a good lawyer. Bye.
I tried that shaving cream trick you mentioned. It worked great. Blew me away.
Glad to hear it.
It saved me a small fortune replacing my work shirts, too. I thought they were all completely lost causes.
A lot of people buy into that club soda thing too hard and get discouraged if it doesn't lift the stain out all the way.
That was exactly it. Lesson learned.
Do you keep catching the twinkle of that lady's diamond, or is it just me? That thing's gotta be the size of a quarter.
Ah, baby, I don't want to hear it. You're going to make me feel like a clown for keeping watch up here.
And looking away doesn't make it any less true. Can you imagine having a car even half as expensive as what those people pulled up in?
I try not to think too much about what they spend their money on.
That's life, man. Suck it up. A lot of fancy suits down there.
Pibe, are you trying to make me depressed, huh?
You know what they'd call that, right? Sour grapes.
You ask me, the Constant must have lost his mind. Burnwood was in league with Grey. She's responsible for killing how many of our people? How could she be a herald?
Maybe Vidal will trip her down the stairs. Those heels are an accident waiting to happen.
Don't hold your breath. Vidal is a true believer, fiercely loyal to the Constant. It must be why he chose her to show Burnwood the ropes. Figured the rest of us wouldn't forgive and forget so easily. Sneaky bastard.
The man didn't get to where he is by accident.
Johannesburg called.
And from that smirk of yours, I take it Ether is in?
Ether, Kronstadt, Hampson, Milton Fitzpatrick, Quantum Leap, Dynasty Global. All the big players now officially under the same corporate umbrella.
How does he do it?
It's also deceptively simple. The partners created a power cabal bound together by secrets and back-scratching. All the Constant did was make it real. Enter the Destiny Group, a fully legal, entirely official, supranational corporate entity. By merging, each company becomes untouchable, moving beyond any state jurisdiction. Granted, there's a certain amount of legal trailblazing yet to be done, but Yates and his team are confident it'll work out.
And where will this Destiny Group be based? Space?
No need for that. See, it just so happens that the Ark Society bought a swathe of Arctic land from Denmark.
The Hyperborea site. The world's first sovereign corporate state. Holy shit.
Not bad, huh? I guess that makes you and me ambassadors. The Constant never ceases to amaze me.
So, he really was telling the truth. The guy had no idea who he was working for.
Remind you of anyone?
That's different. We're not putting our lives on the line.
Tell that to Yamazaki and Cassidy. Hajun was shot point blank in a parking lot. Bronson was never heard from again.
Fine. I take your point.
Turns out some of Grey's militia went rogue after he joined up with Burnwood and her assassin. Idle hands and all that. This Orson Mills was caught robbing a money transport in Belgium. A few calls to the right people and he was ours. The Constant sent an ether extraction team to wring the truth out of him. But Grey had studied us, mimicked our structure. Mills was recruited by Alma Reynard, who was recruited by Sean Rose. You get the picture. Meanwhile, I don't know if it was the interrogation drugs or just plain Stockholm Syndrome, but Orson Mills saw the light. He is now one of us.
No kidding.
He's joined the Constant's private security team. Seems there are a few vacancies after the Thornbridge Manor operation.
Well, here's to new beginnings, I suppose.
Any word on the score, man?
It's 3-2. Way too damn close.
We're missing the game of the century, Pibe. I can't believe it.
It's not fair. History's being made, and we're stuck with these... Life's not fair.
Did you have the updated score?
3-2. They've just gotta freeze them out a little bit longer, and we've got it.
Ah, que mierda. Just our luck to be stuck here. We're missing everything.
We're going to have to watch highlight clips online. This is bullshit.
Have you heard any updates, Pibe? We still in the lead?
3-2 in our favor.
Holy shit. I can't believe we're missing this.
I knew we should have snuck a TV into a closet somewhere tonight. Shit! I've always wondered how humans figured out, like, brewing and fermenting. You ever think about that?
If I had to guess, I'd say maybe they had a bunch of stuff stuck up in the winter and they didn't get it through it all. So it just sat until eventually someone got hungry enough to roll the dice and take a sip.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Not very romantic, but that's history for you. Wine's pretty weird if you think about it. How'd they even figure out how to make it? I mean, who would think that leaving something in a barrel for a few years would lead to something you could still drink?
It was probably some random guy with a compulsion, like one of those people on TV who can't stop eating marbles or rocks or cat food. Just an ape in a loincloth thousands of years who really wanted to eat old shit. And got lucky, and it turned out to be pretty good.
Yeah, I can see why no one would put that in their brochure. You ever wonder which caveman it was who let a pot full of grape juice sit in the corner for 5 years and then tried to drink it?
They probably saw some of the animals that got wasted on fermented fruit and built the idea from there.
Or maybe aliens showed us how to do it, to keep us docile and compliant. Think about it.
Ba-ba-da-ba-dum, bum-ba-bum-bum.
I'm so sick of that song. It's all I ever hear on the radio anymore. It's so annoying.
I don't know, pibe. I think it's pretty catchy. Hum-ma-ma, hum-ma-ma-ma-ma-ma.
Not you too. No, my kid won't stop playing that damn song on repeat. It makes me want to claw my own ears off.
Mira, pelotudo, you're turning into such an old man.
Cut it out. I just got that earworm out of my head.
Mira, pelotudo, you've got no taste at all, man. That song slaps. Huh? If you had to choose, would you rather fight one wolf-sized hornet or 1,000 hornet-sized wolves?
What the hell kind of question is that? Christ.
Would you rather lick the inside of a toilet or lick the inside of a garbage can?
What kind of shit is that? Just shut up and stay alert, okay?
Imagine you're in a fight to the death, right? Guys about your size, but you don't have your gun. Instead, you choose either a knife or a bat, and your enemy will get whichever one you don't pick, huh? Which one do you go for?
Shut the hell up. What a stupid question. You ever been into dancing? You know, the polished stuff, tango and all that.
I keep meaning to learn, but, I don't know. Who's got time?
You're a cultured guy, right? Do you know how to tango?
I used to, actually, just a little bit. Screwed up my knee, though. I don't really like talking about it.
Are you much of a dancer? You've kind of got the physique for tango.
Nah, my mama tried to teach me a bit when I was a kid, but it just didn't stick.
Hey, you got my money today, man? I'm getting tired of waiting.
Pibe, I know. Don't be such a cheap son of a bitch. I'll pay you when I can.
Don't think I've forgotten about that money I loaned you. I don't want to have to go all collections agency on your ass, but you know I will.
Pibe, you know I'm good for it. Just give me until payday. Things are tight right now. Do you ever think about just lifting those boat keys and, like, going?
Not really. I can't think of anywhere I'd go if I did.
You don't have to go anywhere specific, right? You could just go. Catch your meals in the water, dock at a village for supplies every few days. But just travel. Just roam. Completely free.
Honestly, that sounds lonely as hell to me. But I'm not gonna shit on your dream.
Maybe I'll meet someone on the way and we could just be together like that. Out in the water with nothing tying us down.
Yeah, you might need a bigger boat for all that.
Huh. The rich scratch their asses too when they think nobody's watching.
Don't be crude. Pay attention. Yates wants us on high alert.
we've been at this for months. Ever since the 1% killings began. Nothing's gonna happen.
I know. But when you start thinking like that, that's when it does.
Who are we on the lookout for anyway?
Yates didn't say. Just a standby for a picture ID and a kill order.
Fine. I'll just practice my lip reading.
But they're nobodies.
Nobodies?
I mean, compared to some of the other power players at the party. A former lobbyist, a political advisor, why would Mr. Yates waste his time on a bunch of low-level bureaucrats? Even if they all wear the same weird pin.
Christ, you're a busybody. If Mr. Yates, your employer and one of the world's most powerful attorneys, feels like inviting a group of employees to a small get-together in his wine cellar during his own retirement party, what's it to you?
Right. I forgot. You're from the city. You're only dying to know on the inside.
Kind of surprising that even with all these extra guys patrolling, there are still so few guards assigned inside the villa.
Well, if you got enough of them outside, then you don't need any inside, do you?
I guess that's true.
You know how they jades are, anyway. Lots of important friends, loads of sensitive information. It makes sense that they want to preserve the privacy at their home.
Oh, sure. Security in that situation probably looks like having as few people around the place as possible.
Ayeta.
Lots of people have mixed feelings about retirement. That's probably it.
Yates loves a good party. Plus, everyone knows he's not actually retiring. Guys like him never do. It was that letter earlier. He was all smiles up until then. Something about a late addition to the guest list.
Burnwood, Diana. Who's she?
Not a clue. But Yates doesn't usually get upset with people. He just gets hungry.
I'll run an ID check. It's probably an ex-lover.
I don't know. He probably keeps something weird inside.
Weird? Like how?
All my clients have kept something weird in their safes, especially when it's a basement safe. Basement safes are where you keep the juicy stuff.
I see.
Hey, you can always try and guess the passcode. It's never hard. Usually it's the firstborn's birthday or the year they were married. And since the Yateses don't have any kids...
That simple, huh?
Only one way to find out.
Do you know how old this place is? I hear the villa's foundations go back a century and a half. It's one of the few original estates still standing in Mendoza.
That's not really that old if you ask me. I guess it's neat that it's still around though.
Man, screw you. Don't no-sell me on this, huh? If it wasn't impressive, we'd be pit-steep in 100-whatever-year-old villas, wouldn't we?
And how much older stuff would there be to fawn over if places like this had never been built at all? Think that one over.
Not many places like this left, are there? I heard the original estate dated back to the 1800s. It was part of the first batch of the vineyard around here after they built the railway.
Huh. I didn't know it was that old. That's not really that old though, is it? I mean, if you really think about it.
Come on, pibe. You're just being contradictory. It's impressive and you know it. If it wasn't, there'd be places like this everywhere.
All I'm saying is, feed that line to the Juarpez and see how they feel about it.
Did you know the villa was part of the original estate here? It goes back to 1860 or something like that. Kind of amazing that any part of it survived when so many others didn't.
Not that I'm not impressed, but depending on who you ask, that's still pretty new.
Here we go, Dios da mi paciencia. I swear nothing impresses you. You're stone cold.
Just because it's here now doesn't mean it'll be here tomorrow. Empires rise, empires fall.
Have you and Anna picked a date yet?
We had, but the church canceled, and now we're not sure if we want to rebook with them.
Why wouldn't you?
She's not that excited about a church wedding, to be honest. I think she only agreed to it to keep the family happy.
What's the alternative? A park? Her parents will break your neck, pibe, if you don't do it in a chapel at least.
What, you think I don't know that? It'll be fine. We'll figure something out.
Don't you remember? It was a huge scandal. One of those whatever gates.
Doesn't ring a bell. So, Mrs. Yates was a career diplomat.
Oh, yes, an international superstar. She was the Argentinian ambassador to Norway, then Israel, and then China. But her office was involved in some sordid back-channel deal. Cell phone surveillance, I think, and when the story broke, Mrs. Yates was thrown under the bus. Her whole career down the drain in an instant. That's why she moved back here. Nothing else to do, what with Mr. Yates still going full steam.
Ah, it's tough. But, I suppose she made her bed.
At least, she's still her husband's closest advisor. Some say she's the brain behind many of his boldest court strategies. Yes, those two are quite the power couple.
Violetta. Huh. That's a really beautiful name.
Well, yes, I like it a lot too.
Did you know that, in the language of flowers, violets actually represent true and faithful love?
There's actually quite a few different flower languages. Sometimes violets actually stand for modesty, honesty, loyalty. It's kind of a misconception that there's one true code. Some are just more popular than others.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hadn't really looked into it deep enough, I guess.
For what it's worth, I think I like the meaning you picked out the best.
Mr. Yates has always stayed in the brownstone in Brooklyn. This climate never did agree with him.
Madam seems happy to have him around more. None of them are built for country life. They are fast-lane people, cosmopolitans. She was a career diplomat, ambassador to China before that incident.
She's adjusted well enough. The vineyard is a childhood home after all. But Mr. Yates, the man is like a small planet. He enters a room and kind of just sucks up all the oxygen. Then, other times, you barely notice him. The other day, I was cleaning the drawing room and suddenly he was just there, sitting in the corner like a big fat spider. Never even heard him come in.
Stop! You're freaking me out.
I suppose it's the power. My mother worked for men like Yates, and she always said that power takes physical form. She swore that you can even smell it on their clothes.
That's just bourbon. I like him. Mr. Yates is an old-school gentleman. Ruthless to his enemies, generous to his friends. A man of his word.
Mr. Yates is a man of many words. There's a difference. Would you believe Maria called in again? She's useless. I feel like such an idiot for sticking my neck out to get her the job.
As I recall, you knew she was struggling before you put her name in.
I just wanted to help her. I didn't know she'd be such a pain in my ass.
Oh, so you thought she'd just get better overnight to make your life easier? Come on.
Why am I suddenly the bad guy here?
Just don't act like she chose to be sick, okay? We both know that's bullshit.
Not just a puddle either. We're talking knee-deep. The whole place looked like a horror flick. Of course, Yates came down and tore the poor sod in charge of the tanks a new one.
You'd think there was some kind of fail-safe mechanism or early warning system in place.
Yeah, you would, but you'd be wrong. If the pumps malfunction, the tanks overflow. That pretty much sums it up. So, pay attention to that pump flow. Unless you're in the market for an extra orifice.
Nah. Lightning never strikes twice. We'll be fine.
Hey, did you double-check the pump seal like I asked you to?
For the 5th time. Yes.
And?
It sprouted wings and flew away. Ay, por Dios, don't you think I would have flagged it if anything was wrong? It's a seal. It's doing what it does best. Sealing. Ay, Jesus mío, what do you want from me?
You know, I'm gonna cut you some slack because of the baby, but you might want to work on that attitude.
I'm sorry. It's just...
Yeah. We've all been there.
Tigre.
Bocado.
Vuela.
Rostro.
We've got to think to a better game than this.
Puma.
Poses.
Es mito, ¿no? Labios.
Cara.
Ah, por favor. I can't do this anymore. My 5-year-old cousin comes up with better games than this.
León.
Colmillo.
Mandíbula?
Sonrisa.
This is barely even a game. I'd rather just sit in complete silence all day.
Ocelote.
Canino.
Lengua?
Mueca.
Espérate. Okay. Does this game even have any rules? What's the point? Ah, whatever. Ay, qué coño.
Jaguar.
Diente.
Boca.
Hablar.
Jesus Christ. We need to get a radio in here.
León.
Mordedura.
Incisivo?
Sonrisa.
You know we wouldn't have to play this stupid game if you hassles could agree on an audiobook to listen to.
Check that one out. He's drinking like a fish.
He's not the first, and he won't be the last.
At that rate, he'll be unconscious before sundown.
Jesus, look at him go.
Oh, that guy's going to need a stomach pump in a few minutes.
Better keep an eye on him, just to be safe.
He's going to get a serious case of alcohol poisoning if he's not careful.
Oh, at least he's having a good time.
Jeez, he's a machine. How many glasses does that make now?
God, you're not kidding. I hope someone's keeping an eye on him.
At that rate, he'll be unconscious before sundown.
They'll cut him off if he takes it too far. Probably.
Pouch of gems, sack of gems, knapsack of gems. Ooh, duffel of gems, best value. Ba-ba. Swipe left, swipe left. Oh, swipe left. Oh, super like. Clarendon filter, Slumber filter, Mayfair filter. Where's the filter that makes you look 19 again? I'm wicked smart, and yet I find myself in these situations all the time, just... I don't know. How am I gonna tell my dad that I like the Yankees? Oh my gosh, this is difficult. I don't know. You know, we live here, and...
Hey, you heard anything about the tunnels under the villa?
Huh? Oh, come on, there's nothing under that villa but dirt. Don't be so gullible.
I'm not gullible. There's supposed to be a whole bunch of tunnels down there. Ihan told me it's like a robin nest, all crossing each other and going in every direction and shit.
Uh-huh. I suppose that's also where they keep the guy they bricked in behind that wall.
What? They brick someone in behind a wall? Why am I just hearing about this now?
Come on, man. At least make me work for it.
I never really understood why people bother with those mother-of-pearl handles. They just remind me of my grandmother.
Well, your grandmother? Damn, she must have been hard as hell.
She had to be back then. I bet yours was too. You just don't know it.
You don't know her. She's the sweetest old lady in the world. I bet she's never even been in the same room as a gun. Bless her soul.
All right, I get it. Maybe just ask her about it next time you see her. That's all I'm saying.
10 likes. Bullshit. Better just repost it. God damn, I wish my sister would quit joining these pyramid schemes. No one needs that much goddamn soup. I wonder if there's anything down there. Didn't people used to hide relics and treasures in caves like this?
Do you even know how dangerous cave diving is?
I go diving all the time. It can't be that different.
Narrow spaces, walls all around you, rock formations to get your equipment caught on. Better divers than your stupid ass have died horribly in caves like that.
Well, you don't think it's worth the risk? What if there was something really good down there? Colonial emeralds or something?
Hell no. Dead men don't get rich, mi amigo.
You, try to get inside that safe back there?
Of course. I'm human.
Any luck?
Nah, not yet. I bet it's something cool, though. It's usually last wills and surveillance pics. You know, for blackmail. Or sometimes, the odd murder weapon.
Huh. Reminds me when I worked for that Caruso fella in Sapienza. He kept hair and skin samples in his attic safe. Never learned what that was all about.
Ah, the rich are weird.
I was an attorney. For 4 decades, I served the law. Now, I serve something far grander. I serve the land, and the land of Mendoza longs to make wine.
I grew up here. These majestic plains were my playground, and returning here to pick up the mantle of my ancestors feels just incredibly profound.
Our goal here at Vineyard Yates is simple. From our state-of-the-art winemaking facility to our carefully nurtured grape stock, hand-picked with loving care by local experts, we have only one purpose: to make the best wines in Argentina and beyond.
A word to the wise, Ace. You might want to keep an eye on the pump when you're patrolling the facility.
Why's that?
Because last time the damn thing malfunctioned, the fermentation tank spilled over. And guess who had to pitch in with a mop and broom? Yeah, we weren't doing much anyway, apparently.
Huh. Sounds pretty, over the top. You get it? Over the top.
I did get it, yes. Great stuff.
Now, the temperature and humidity in the barrel room is all controlled by the ventilation system. State-of-the-art equipment. Highly sensitive.
Sweet. How do you operate it? I'm a bit of a grease monkey in my spare time.
Not my area, friend. The control terminal is up in the security room if you want to take a look. Just don't touch anything. One of the guards placed a smoked BLT sandwich near the ventilation filter. The whole facility smelled of bacon for a week, and Mrs. Yates is a vegan. He does not work here anymore.
Thanks.
I bet they're talking about us up there. Judging us.
No offense, but you're not that important. Especially not to them.
I hadn't really thought about it like that. You think they're making fun of us up there?
I'd say they're paying about as much attention to us as we pay to the little spiders on the vines.
It's actually comforting. Do you think they're talking about us?
You really think they're interested in anything going on down here right now? And because I don't.
So, you're saying I could flip them off and they wouldn't notice? They're talking about us up there. I can tell.
It's not worth worrying what people like that think of you. Because they don't think of you at all.
Well, great. Thanks, I guess. Oh, the back of my neck feels all prickly. I hate being watched.
Huh. I'd be surprised if they even noticed we were here.
You're so depressing. Every time the crowd laughs, I know they're looking down here, watching us, enjoying the show.
You really overestimate how interested people like that are in anyone but themselves.
Thanks. I feel much better now.
No more ring? Does that mean no more wedding?
We canceled. He sat me down one day and said there was someone else and that he still loved me, but... He still loved me, but he wasn't in love with me.
I never liked him anyway. Oh, your hand. Honey, I think you might have lost your ring somewhere.
We broke off the engagement. He said he wasn't ready, and I didn't want to push him. It's all I hear about at home now, though. Papa just won't let it go.
Mija, I always thought you were too good for him. Don't worry, you'll find someone else. Do you want to talk about that tan line I saw in your right hand?
Oh, that's over. I caught him messaging other girls on his phone, taking his ring off and flexing in the mirror for them. All that shit. He said it was just flirting, but I have standards for myself and I don't put up with games.
I'm so sorry. You don't have to answer this, but I noticed your ring's gone. Did something happen?
We broke it off. I think he was just using me as a way to get out of his family's house.
Mija, you deserve better than him anyway. I no more ring? What happened?
We broke it off.
I know, what a bastard. So, I noticed you're not wearing your ring anymore.
You didn't hear? He ran off. Didn't even tell his parents where he was going. He just left this bullshit apology note behind at their place about how he wants to do his own thing without being tied down.
I could introduce you to my primo if you like. He's a sweet guy, very easy to please. Well, I'll just give you his number later. You two would get along great.
Gently, gently.
Okay, I got it. See? Look how careful I'm being.
You're handling that fruit like my husband handles a sack of potatoes. Go easy on them.
Look for yourself. They're fine.
Easy. You're handling those bunches like they are made of rubber.
You don't have to treat me like the new guy just because a bunch of rich people are watching.
Be careful. If you bang those grapes up, we'll all get shit for it.
Don't be so dramatic.
Be a little more gentle, would you? If you don't think Gabriel will notice bruises on the grapes, you're wrong.
Yeah, I hear you.
Careful. Don't be so rough or you'll bruise them.
Relax, would you? Don't be uptight just because there's an audience.
This doesn't feel good. I feel a bit warm right now. What's going on with me? God, my ears. My head. What should I do now? I reckon I should just call work and tell them I'm not gonna go. Uy, pero me mataría la mujer. Donde yo no vaya a trabajar. No, I'm gonna have to go to work. Jesus, what am I gonna do? Honey, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I think I had too many drinks and all of a sudden I just woke up and here I was in a hotel room with this woman that I didn't know. But I swear to you that I didn't do anything to her, or not that I know, you know. But I love you so much. I want you to understand that I love you and I don't have recollection of that, please. You have to believe me. Oh, God, I hope that helps. Ay, este hombre sí no tiene la menor idea de lo que está hablando. Para hacer la bandeja no se hace así. ¿De dónde sacó que se le pone ensalada, que se le pone un montón de ¿qué fue lo que dijo él? Que se le ponía... ¿qué era la tontería que estaba diciendo? Yo no sé, ¿verdad? ¿Verdad? ¿Qué es lo que está diciendo? ¿Verdad? No tiene la menor idea.
So you know, I say to her, what do you expect me to do? I am only human. I am a man, you know, God or something. Well, she said to me, you're a God to me. You know, you don't be sweet. That's not sweet. I expected so much, man. How do you cope? And now she wants niños? Man, I can't even afford to feed me. Oh, she wants babies now? You're ridiculous.
Hey, I heard the news this morning. Tough luck on that trade, eh? It sounds like a shitty deal to me. But hey, maybe the managers know better.
You think I need your salt in my wounds, pelotudo?
You hear Tiago's planning to go to Spain? So much for lucky number 43.
Oh, shut up, you smug piece of shit. Chúpame los huevos.
Shame about your boy Leandro's throwing his knee out yesterday. They say the poor guy might be out for the whole season, huh?
You're enjoying this a little too much, huh?
Hey, I heard the news this morning. Tough luck on that trade, eh? It sounds like a shitty deal to me. But hey, maybe the managers know better.
Ah, screw you, hijo de puta.
You hear Tiago's planning to go to Spain? So much for lucky number 43.
Mejor te me calles. I don't need this shit right now.
Tamara Vidal. I'm here for the tour, it seems.
Ah, yes. Miss Vidal. My apologies. I didn't recognize you. Let me sign you in.
Luther? Burnwood's flying solo. I want all eyes on. Let's see what she does. And Luther, redeploy the birds and key in on the party area. We're spread too thin. Too many blind spots. Anyone as much as sneeze in the wrong direction, I want to know about it.
There, all done. And I see your tour guide is none other than Gabriel Vargas, the state's chief winemaker. Well, this is a rare privilege. You and Don Yates must be very close.
Yes, about 400 meters, I should say.
Pardon me?
Never mind. I'll just wait here for my companion. Carry on.
Ah, Miss Birdwood? Mr. Yates said you'd be dropping by. Are you ready for the grand tour?
Who else will be attending?
Let me check. Just yourself, Miss Vidal, and a Mr. Corvo Black, an employee of Mr. Yates from the New York office. He hasn't checked in with us yet. Would you like us to call him for you?
That won't be necessary. We'll go at our own pace.
No problem. I will tell Mr. Vargas, the chief winemaker, to expect your arrival. You are in for a treat.
What do you make of this?
Well, Yates wants us out of the way. There's a reason we're the only heralds going on this tour of his. He's buying time. Question is, for what? I wouldn't be surprised if he considers me a threat, but is he bold enough to defy Edwards?
He'd be a damn fool. But they don't call him cojones for nothing. I need to inform Edwards. Let him know something screwy is going on.
Don't. I know how to deal with the likes of Don Yates. The one we need to worry about is Corvo Black.
Yates' fixer. You know him?
I see a regular. I always suspected he was a middleman for Morgan, Yates and Cohn. I never took his contracts. Nasty piece of work. Below my standards. But plenty of my colleagues were less picky.
Well, they certainly got theirs. I wonder how your agent will feel if he saw you now.
He wouldn't. 47 is a weapon, and weapons don't judge. They go where they're pointed.
Oh, that's cold. I like you more already.
Let's rejoin the fun.
Fine by me.
I take it Edwards told you to chaperone me. Any idea why?
You know why. Trust is earned. Until Edwards is satisfied you're not sailing under a false flag, I will be his eyes and ears.
I meant why you.
I suppose I'm more perceptive than most.
You're also very loyal. My guess is Edwards' decision to make me a herald is not too popular with the other heralds.
We were at war about 5 minutes ago. Some people are funny like that.
But not you.
I admire the craft, the audacity. Everyone said Providence was untouchable and along you came. The way I see it, you did us a service.
That's cold. I like you more already.
Touché. Can I help you?
Uh-huh.
Why are you here, Burnwood?
Didn't you know? I have tango fever.
Thing is, nobody held a gun to your head. Why did you take his offer?
It was time for a change.
I'll say. Learning the truth about your partner. Harsh. But you see, I've read your ICA profile. All those years, you never took a contract for money or glory, only to serve your personal brand of vigilante justice, targeting those who rise above the law, except for yourself, of course, but hey, everyone's a hypocrite. Still, makes you wonder.
I was wasting my potential. I did garbage duty for 30 years, and where did it get me?
You've certainly kept the world's coroners on their toes.
Edwards is right. Power never dies. It only changes hands. And his hands, well, I figure the world could do a lot worse.
You admire him.
I thought resisting power was noble. But revolution is a young person's game. It's easy to tear down, much harder to build. I figure I can be Edward's conscience. God knows I have the practice. Did I pass your test?
It was hardly the Pledge of Allegiance, but it's the best I could expect from a free-thinking radical.
What do you believe in, Vidal?
I believe most people need to be led. They want it too, mind you. They've just been brainwashed by liberal humanism to think it's something to resist, something to be ashamed of.
Might is right. Is that it?
Any dumb mob or chest-pounding gorilla has might. I believe in merit, the rule of competence.
Hey, I don't.
Those who are born with superior skills and intellect have a moral obligation to lead. It's as simple as that.
Wow. You're just a social media shitstorm waiting to happen, aren't you?
Don't talk to me about privilege. When the enemy is at the gates, you want the best man leading the charge, privileged or not. Questioning natural hierarchies is a peacetime luxury, and it only leads to chaos and decline. Providence must exist.
A necessary evil.
Nothing evil about it. No such thing.
I could use a drink.
Don't let me stop you.
Maybe it's a glass of red, please.
Certainly, ma'am.
I could do without that note.
May I present the House Cabernet Sauvignon? A melody of black currants and red cherries rises above a backdrop of leather and toast. On the palate, you'll taste juicy, dark berry fruit, along with a trickle of sweet spice and savory plums.
I'll pass. Find me a bottle of pinot noir, then we'll talk.
You heard the lady. I'm sure you have a pinot in stock somewhere.
Cabernet.
Let's head back to the party.
Wherever you go, I go.
Does it bother you, being the odd one out?
What's that supposed to mean?
You're an outlier too, Tamara. You don't mingle with the other heralds. They're so impressed with themselves, aren't they? Ordering all those big-shot CEOs around, but not you. Where they see power and prestige, you see duty. That's why you're Edward's most trusted aide.
Jesus. You want to borrow money?
Tell me, was your heart set on becoming the next constant? The thought must have crossed your mind.
Perhaps. But Edwards doesn't want an echo chamber. Must be why he hired you. You know, some of the heralds think we should have killed you right along with Lucas Gray.
And what do you think?
I don't like wasted potential. We don't see eye to eye on just about anything. But I do respect your ambition, your idealism, your ruthlessness. You just need to grow up and smell the coffee.
So, what's your take on Yates?
Charismatic, commanding, verbose like a Victorian novel. But all that's just a courtroom facade. He wants you to think he's all bark. Many a young plucky attorney has made that mistake. But behind that carefully crafted bon vivant exterior is a slick, backstabbing little sewer rat who'd never fight a battle that he hasn't already won.
Huh. Anything you don't like about him?
Don Yates is an opportunistic crony. He doesn't give a toss about Providence or what we stand for. The man has no convictions. All he cares about is power. That might have been up to code with the partners. Complacent fat cats just conserving the status quo. Edwards is different, though. A true visionary. Don't know what he sees in Yates, but the man is rarely wrong.
Rarely?
The vote is still out on you.
Don't expect me to
Hey,
catch you in when
Yossa,
I'm running the most prestigious
is dinner coming or
winery in
what?
Wyoming.
Almost there. We had a slight equipment mixed up, but my esteemed brother is taking care of it as we speak.
See that he does. A lot of hungry people here, especially me.
Hey, future Federation, right? I think we cooked at your election party once.
That's right.
How was it?
Underspiced.
You're joking, right?
Humor me for a second. Gotta check in with security.
Fine by me. There's some sloppy wiring. Just an accident waiting to happen.
Occupational hazard. Eh, Burnwood?
Get any tips?
What's the state of affairs?
All is nice and quiet.
What has our friend been up to?
Burnwood was spotted engaging in conversation with a gentleman on the viewing platform, a Mr. Tobias Reaper. According to our background check, Reaper is a corporate liquidator based in the city of London. No registered place of residence.
Interesting. Keep digging. Tell me about your estranged partner. Why the number? 47?
It's all they gave him. I just made it a name.
What makes him tick? That particular investment, the Institute, was a bit of a black stain on our roster. But from what little I could gather from the Providence archive, his capacity for empathy was removed, along with his memories. What was your relationship?
47 is broken in many ways. But he is self-aware about it, and he tries his best to be whole. Over the years, we found an arrangement. You could say he outsourced his conscience to me. I would curate the contracts, navigate the murky moral waters that he was unable to fathom. He was the gun. I was the safety.
Fascinating. What an extraordinary display of trust.
It's no more than what any soldier does.
Of course. Who came up with the accident MO?
It began with a jet ejection seat, but that's a story for another time.
What kind of high-profile targets did your man eliminate over the years? Your exploits were curiously absent from the ICA papers.
Who did you have in mind?
I know about our people. The small fish Caruso and the Santis, Strandberg and Zaydan, Ken Morgan. Yates won't be too happy about that one.
What's a bare knuckle
Your very
boxer?
own Eric Soders,
How many
Robert
have been
and
asking for it?
Sierra Knox.
At Edward's request.
I'm not judging. Call it professional interest. Let's see. You did old Janus and Cassidy. I like Cassidy. Grumpy, but I still liked him. Zoe and Sophia Washington. Athena Savalas and the Haven Trio. And finally, the partners themselves. That's not even counting the militia ringleaders. Delgado, Wazir Calais. Quite the resume.
You don't know the half of it.
President Gretchen Kurzweil. Oxygen tank malfunction? My ass.
Wrong.
Damn, I was sure about that one.
Calls for a Cabernet.
Go ahead.
But you should find that
Glass of
ours
red, please.
distinguish
House
themselves very
Cabernet.
quickly.
Enjoy.
You want to pay attention to the sides and back of the palate to fully appreciate
Any luck
the
on that Pinot
earthier
Noir?
flavors present,
Well, I'm afraid
including
not,
signature
ma'am.
notes of firewood and mushrooms.
Let's rejoin the fun.
Whatever you say. How are we doing?
No suspicious activity. Unless you count the pina coladas.
Anything on this Reaper character?
So far, he checks out. No irregularities. If anything, his online presence is too average. You know, medium number of posts, likes, social media connections, but no pictures. Nothing identifiable. Just food selfies and abstract art. Could suggest a sock puppet identity. Then again, he could just be ahead of the curve. What are you thinking?
Oh, I'm probably just being paranoid. Still, I think my little... Alexander Kovac, leader of the Yardbirds?
Mm-hmm.
I knew it.
Hold on, let me get a glass of wine.
You're an adult. You know your limit.
Let's head back to the party.
Fine by me. Anything to report?
Nothing outstanding. Except that no one appears to be taking drugs.
Lord Winston Beldingford?
Correct.
Figured as much. Mark Faber, the Undying?
Yes.
Called it. Craig Black, author of the Cassandra Snow novels.
Mm-hmm.
Knew I had you pegged. Dino Bosco?
Correct.
I knew it. Roberta de la Cruz, Falling Chandelier. Come on.
Can't take credit for that one.
Too good to be true. Viktor Novikov and Dalia Margolis.
Yes.
Figured as much. Richard Quincy?
Mm-hmm.
Called it. Alvaro Dalvade, the opera singer.
Correct.
Knew I had you pegged. President Soleiman? There was not a cloud in the sky that day.
No.
Could have sworn. Edith Van Orton. I don't believe that was a solo accident.
Wrong.
Damn, I was sure about that one. Nikolai Kamarov. Suicide in a locked office? I think not.
I can see why you'd think that, but no.
Too good to be true. Chad Durst. Professional stuntman and daredevil slips in the bathtub? Yeah, right.
Can't take credit for that one.
Could have sworn. Reggie Sands. No way he just leaned against an open window like that.
No.
Damn, I was sure about that one. Blake Dexter?
That was a parallel universe.
Blake Dexter? Explains a lot.
Diana Burnwood. Long time no see.
Forgive me, I can't quite place you, Mr.
Reaper. Tobias Reaper. We used to work for the same company. They went under.
Ah, yes. A shame what happened, but nothing lasts forever, I suppose. Oh, but where are my manners? This is my colleague, Tamara Vidal.
Miss Vidal?
What brings you to Argentina, Reaper? Are you one of Don Yates' clients?
Client? No. I'm more of a service provider.
Right. Well, it was lovely to see you again, Tobias. Now, if you'll excuse us, Tamara and I need to mingle.
Of course.
See you around. I think you have a fan.
Hello again, Miss Burnwood. Miss Vidal.
He is a polite one, isn't he?
Oh, Mr. Reaper is in many ways a man out of time.
And what is it you do, Reaper? Don't tell me. Banker.
Corporate liquidator.
Ah, so you're the guy nobody likes.
They so rarely get a chance to know me.
Well, we really should be getting on.
Do you dance, Reaper?
I like to lose myself in a crowd.
Good. Perhaps we'll do a bit of that later. Dancing.
The night is young, Miss Vidal. Miss Burnwood, Miss Vidal, we meet again.
We do indeed. You know, I just tried befriending you on social media, but your profile appears to be blocked for requests.
In my line of work, privacy is power.
Well, you certainly do take bland, generic tourist photos like nobody's business. Why, you've got every cliched attraction known to man, from the Sphinx to the Easter Island statues, but never with you in them. Camera shy, Reaper?
I generally try to keep out of photos myself.
Right. Would you mind taking a walk, Reaper? I'd like to discuss something on the QT.
Tamara, I think you have the wrong idea.
No, please. Lead the way.
I think you have a fan. Right this way. I know a spot away from prying eyes. So, corporate liquidator. That must be exciting.
Nothing quite like it.
I bet. Weeding out the old and slow so that something new and fast may thrive.
It does seem fruitful.
Admirable. Say, do you have a business card? Or are those out of style?
I don't advertise.
Have a nice day.
I rely strictly on word of mouth.
I see. Only as good as your latest job, huh? Must be stressful.
It keeps me on my toes.
I bet. What was your biggest job? The biggest fish you've ever liquidated?
The next one, Miss Vidal. Always the next one.
Won't be long now. All right, no more bullshit. Who are you really?
I told you. Tobias Reaper, corporate liquidator.
Liquidator. Yes, you said. Do you take me for an idiot? Your also clever euphemisms may fool the plebs, but not me. Tobias Reaper does not exist. I was CIA. I know a half-ass sock puppet identity when I see one.
Who am I then?
I know you're Burnwood's assassin. What I don't know is why you're here or why she's covering for you, but it's off the point. You're my golden ticket to become the constant. So, are you going to admit it?
If I am who you say I am, do you really think this was your best course of action?
It's 5 against 1.
Yes. See your mistake.
Hey, you can't touch...
What happened?
Cut the crap. That was not Tobias Reaper. That was your wayward assassin. So you tell me right now why he is here and why you were covering for him. If you don't level with me, I will take this straight to Edwards.
Fine. I brought him here, Tamara, to get rid of Yates. He's not fit to be constant. You know I'm right. I just couldn't risk it if you didn't.
And who becomes constant?
As far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at her.
You won't be making a power play?
I just serve Edwards.
By deceiving him.
We are heralds. We took an oath to protect Providence against all threats. That includes his bad decisions.
No. Tempting, but no. See, you're overlooking one thing. Getting rid of Yates only puts me in the run. But capturing your agent, now, that puts me ahead of the field. I'll keep your secret, Burnwood. My gain is your gain. But your guy is going down. No offense.
I understand.
Are you sure they're up for this? I don't want to piss off someone who could take my head off from 1,000 yards away.
They're bored out of their wits. Go on, just pick something. It'll be fun.
Okay, let's see. I'll take that watermelon. Hold on. And send. Go on then. Tell them.
Falcon? We just sent you a target ID. Yup. Very dangerous terrorist. Calls himself Mr. Q-Ball. Top 5 on the world's most wanted list. Take the shot. Over.
Hey, no way. Bullseye.
Oh, boom! Hand of God! Oh, those boys are amazing. All right, what's next? Wait, I got it. You balance an apple on your head.
Up yours, Rico.
What? It's a classic. Okay. Do that wine bottle then.
Right, yeah. Hold on. Okay, sent.
Falcon? Another hostile coming your way. Oh yes, armed and supremely dangerous. Drop on sight. Over.
Hey, no way. Bullseye.
Oh, boom! Hand of God! Oh, those boys are amazing. Are you much of a dancer?
Falcon, I have a target request.
Standing by for visual ID. Use your camera. Over.
Falcon, I'm sending a visual ID of the target. Over.
I see it. Standing by for kill order. Over.
Take the shot. Over.
Target is down. Over.
Falcon, I have a confirmed security threat. This is no drill. Over.
Confirmed. Do I take the shot? Over.
Ma'am, enjoying the party?
A bit crowded for my taste.
Have you been down to the gardens? It's remote, quiet. You'd like it. Bring your friend.
I might just do that. She could use a bit of downtime. If only it weren't for the muscle. They follow us everywhere, I'm afraid.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Excuse me.
Say, since you're not leaving my side, would you mind slipping down to the gardens? I'm dying for a smoke, and I don't want to bother anybody.
Ah, yes. The vilification of smoking. A bit of systemic nudging and public opinion falls flat on his back. Bunch of lemmings.
Check that one out.
Anyway,
He's drinking
lead
like
the
a
way.
fish. They'll cut him off if he takes it too.
How would you like to go, Tamara?
Geez, how many have you had?
I'm serious. You've seen death, in the CIA, as a herald. You've done some harrowing things. Don't tell me you've never thought about it.
No, not even once. I don't much care for dying. And hey, perhaps we never need to. They're doing some amazing things with reverse aging over at Ether. Just you wait and see.
And you have no guilt? You've toppled governments, changed the fate of nations, altered the lives of millions of people.
It's called history, Burnwood. It has to happen. It can't not happen. You can be behind the wheel or under it. Your choice.
It's a dangerous thing, having a conscience.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just something a friend told me. But humor me, Tamara. If you absolutely had to go, how would you choose?
Well, I suppose a bullet to the base of the spine. No warning. No worry.
Take the shot. Over.
Target is down. Over.
Target down. It feels different up close.
You liked her.
She had a lot to answer for, and she would have become a threat, I'm sure of that. It's just... you're not supposed to get to know them, are you? Well, better get on with it, 47. Next up, Don Yates.
You?
In my bed, many years from now, surrounded by loved ones. But I must admit, yours is more exciting. Should we head back?
By all means.
A glass of red, please.
Certainly, ma'am. May I present the House Cabernet Sauvignon? A melody of black currants and red cherries rises above a backdrop of leather and toast. On the palate, you'll taste juicy dark berry fruit, along with a trickle of sweet spice and savory plums.
I'll pass. Find me a bottle of Pinot Noir, then we'll talk.
You heard the lady. I'm sure you have a Pinot in stock somewhere. Get any tips? A glass of red, please.
House Cabernet. Enjoy.
Any luck on that Pinot Noir?
Alas, no, ma'am.
I'll pass. Find me a bottle of Pinot Noir, then we'll talk.
You should try this. Yes, ma'am. I managed to find a bottle of our 2006 Pinot Noir, inspired by wines from the Our Valley. Medium-bodied and fruit-forward, with an aroma of cherries and raspberry. It's to die for.
Pinot, you say? Maybe just one glass. Need to keep my wits about me. Now that's more to my taste. Almost Germanic.
Enjoy.
This wine really takes advantage of them.
You've never dropped a glass in your entire life, I expect.
I'm sure you'll know.
It's practically a dessert.
You have very steady hands.
Our Malbec.
You have a Pinot in stock somewhere. Get any tips?
Malbec. Notorious.
Already.
Touché.
Do I know you, Mr.
Touché. You're barking up the wrong tree, pal. Not interested.
Ready.
Touché. Can I help you? Touché. Do you mind? Private conversation.
Already.
Touché.
Are you lost, Mr. Already.
Touché. Get lost, pal. Nothing to see here.
All business, even at a party. You must be a professional. You look like a true professional. I feel much safer with you gentlemen around. You've been doing this kind of work for a while, haven't you?
Mr. Yates, what can I do for you? A tour of the facility? At this hour? I didn't know we had investors coming. A private tour. Mr. Yates, with all due respect, we are about to harvest the Malbec. I hardly think this is the best use of my time. Fine, if you say so. Who is the audience? Diana Barnwood and Tamara Vidal? The politician Tamara Vidal? Okay. And the last one? Corvo Black? Is he your fixer? The scary one? Okay. I'll clear my schedule. Right. Thank you, Mr. Yates. Enjoy the... Why does he want me to play tour guide to his socialite friends? It's harvest day.
He probably just wants to show off, Patron. I know I would.
Corvo, got a message from the boss. Duty calls.
Let me guess, the Burnwood woman.
That's right. Yates has arranged for the chief winemaker to take Burnwood and Tamara Vidal on a grand tour of the estate. Wants you to tag along.
And not for my sparkling personality. This Burnwood woman sure has his panties in a twist. Wonder what the deal is.
Yates' business is his business. Just get yourself ready and sign into the visitor center. Oh, and have a drink on my behalf.
I don't drink. Makes me sentimental. Mr. Yates. Yeah, I got your message. You mind telling me what I'm... Okay. Yeah, I can do an accident. In fact, a couple of spots come to mind. On the tour or after. On standby. So you're not sure yet? Does that mean there's a plan A? One where I don't stand a 50-50 chance of getting caught? I mean, you do realise the risk here, boss. Broad daylight, workers around. Who exactly is this Burnwood woman and how's she pissing on your parade? Yeah, all right. But if I'm gonna be one of these heralds of yours, you need to start letting me in on a few things. Okay. So who's this fool guy?
Well, doesn't she have a beautiful set?
Say it.
She would rather
Nah, no problem. I just never framed an urban legend before. Very post-truth. Yeah, I like it. Lawyers.
Mr. Black?
What is it?
Message from Gabriel Vargas, the chief winemaker. Says the tour is about to start. They're waiting for you down by the grape fields.
Okay. Now get out of my face. You must be Burnwood and Vidal.
And you must be Yates' garbage man.
It's a living. What's your excuse?
Well, we're all here, it seems. Except for our guide, Mr. Vargas. Suppose someone ought to fetch him.
Black, I'm looking in your direction.
Yeah? Let me know how that works out for you.
Well, this is fun.
Patron, Senor Vargas.
What? What is it now? What?
You have some guests waiting. Senor Yates wanted you to give them the grand tour, remember?
As if I don't have more important things to do than babysit Yates' socialite friends. It's only harvest season.
Better do what he says, Patron. Big shot New York lawyer like that. Don't want to get on his bad side.
Well, I'm not going anywhere until I have decided if the crop is right for picking. Bring me the 3 Malbec grapes to taste, Ramon. If Yates doesn't like how I prioritize, he can weigh me down with concrete and toss me off a bridge. How's that?
3 grapes, was it? I'll get my picking knife. Oh, man, come on. I left it right here. Seriously, who takes another man's picking knife? It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Did I leave it at lunch? No, I had it here when we... Oh, so stupid! Patron is waiting for his grapes. Hey, is that... Nope. Not my picking knife. Jesus mío, I think I need glasses. Picking knife. Oh, for the love of Guajiro, no me lo puedo creer, ay, por Dios. No, not here. Great job, Ramon. Just great. That knife is coming out of your salary.
Mr. Vargas, I have the 3 grapes you requested.
Yes, good. Bring him here. Now, let's see. A lovely inky black color. Good size, large and firm. Seeds brown. Excellent. And finally, taste. Sweet, flavorful, robust tannins. Some floral notes. Marvelous. Why, I say these grapes are ripe for harvest. Inform the workers, will you, Ramon? I have a third to conduct.
Will do.
Ah, my fellow wine lovers. Hello. Welcome to Viñeda Yates. I do apologize for the delay, but the Malbec grape is a demanding mistress. So, I am Gabriel Vargas, Chief Winemaker, and I will be your tour guide. Any questions before we start?
Yes, but you're not going to like them.
We're good. Lead the way, Senor Vargas.
Wonderful. Follow me.
Are you a wine man, Black? Somehow you don't seem the type.
No, I'm a bit of a jack of all trades.
I see. I just thought Yates might be sending a message. My mistake.
So, have any of you been on a vineyard before?
Scrapyards are more my thing.
First stop on the tour is the production floor, where our prize-winning Malbec grapes are processed. We insist on steaming every grape by hand, which means that during harvest season, the grapes do tend to pile up. Luckily, we have plenty of storage space. Our equipment is state-of-the-art, including an industrial-sized freezer unit, and last but not least, our trusty grape crusher.
Interesting. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Black?
Follow me, please. Next on our tour is the fermentation atrium, where the wine goes through its primary stage of fermentation. In these big open tanks, yeast converts the sugars in the wine to alcohol in a process that lasts between 5 and 15 days. This is also where we squeeze the must into a fine juice using our grape presser before the longer secondary stage of fermentation.
Fascinating.
Excelente. So let's continue to the barrel room, if you'll follow me. And so we arrive to our final stop, the barrel room. This is where we store the wine during the secondary stage of fermentation. The area behind the glass is where we keep our most precious bottles, including a 1945 Grand Paladin, the most expensive wine in existence. The access doors, which are made from ballistic glass, can only be unlocked from the security room high above our heads.
Remarkable.
Ah, here comes Senor Yates now. I shall leave you in his capable hands.
How reassuring.
Ah, Miss Burnwood, is it not? Don Yates, pleased to meet you. You come very highly recommended. As Chief of the Heralds, let me be the first to say welcome aboard.
Why, thank you, Mr. Yates. Rest assured that I will be following your every lead very closely.
Say, that reminds me. We're about to have a little herald get-together up at the house. Just a modest toast to celebrate my forthcoming inauguration as constant. You are, of course, most welcome to join us. I believe you shall make a fine herald once the training wheels are off.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Capital. Right this way, into the lion's den. Oh, almost forgot. Cortazar, please nip down to the wine cellar and tell Mr. Flowers, the sommelier, to prep the 1945 Grand Paladin and bring it up to the house for our special occasion.
Got it, Chief.
Hello there, and welcome to the Yates Winery. How may I help you?
Corvo Black. I'm on the tour.
Right, Mr. Black. Welcome. Miss Burnwood and Miss Vidal will meet you down by the wine fields. I trust you know the way?
I can find my way around.
Enjoy the tour.
Over here.
You two must be Burnwood and Vidal.
And you must be Yates's garbage man. Sorry, but I didn't catch your name.
This is Corvo Black, Tamara. He's a ICA regular.
I only work with the best.
Well, we're all here, it seems. Except for our guide, the chief winemaker. Looks like we're stuck here until someone fetches him. Mr. Black, I'm looking in your direction.
Hold on. I'll track him down.
Attaboy. Do try and bring him back in one piece. Counterintuitive as that may be.
That was a bit rude.
Yes, it was.
Ah, my fellow wine lovers. Hello! Welcome to Viñeda Yates. I do apologize for the delay, but the Malbec grape is a demanding mistress. So, I am Gabriel Vargas, Chief Winemaker, and I will be your tour guide. Any questions before we start?
Yes, but you're not going to like them.
We're good. Lead the way, Senor Vargas.
Wonderful. Follow me. These are busy times. In fact, we're just about to harvest this year's crop. Great expectations. So how do you like Argentina?
Like everywhere else.
Hey.
Full of Americans.
First stop on the tour is the production floor, where our prize-winning Malbec grapes are processed. We insist on steaming every grape by hand, which means that during harvest season, the grapes do tend to pile up. Luckily, we have plenty of storage space. Our equipment is state-of-the-art, including an industrial-sized freezer unit, and last but not least, our trusty grape crusher.
Interesting. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Black?
Follow me, please.
Incisivo.
Hablar.
Are you a wine man, Black? Somehow you don't seem the type.
Oh, I believe Mr. Black here is something of a jack-of-all-trades. Isn't that so?
I dabble.
I see. I just thought Yates might be sending a message. My mistake.
So, have any of you been to a vineyard before?
Only on business.
Next on our tour is the fermentation atrium, where the wine goes through its primary stage of fermentation. In these big open tanks, yeast converts the sugars in the wine to alcohol, in a process that lasts between 5 and 15 days. This is also where we squeeze the must into a fine juice using our grape presser before the longer secondary stage of fermentation.
Fascinating.
Now, before we move on, do any of you have questions?
How about you, Mr. Black? You look like you have something on your mind.
I have a question. Perhaps we can take a closer look.
Certainly. Lead the way.
What can you tell me about this freezer?
This is an industrial cold storage unit where we keep our excess grapes stocked to prevent decay. It easily reaches temperatures of -10 degrees Celsius. Trust me, you don't want to stay in here for long.
No kidding. Hey, there's no doorknob on the inside. Seems like a pretty glaring safety omission, if you ask me.
Probably soundproof, too.
And good luck getting a phone signal.
Such imaginations you have. But there really is no need to worry. Why? We haven't had an accident since Mrs. Yates' dog was run over by a grape picker. Anything else you wish to know? It is really no trouble.
What can you tell me about this grape crusher?
Well, as the name implies, it crushes the steamed grapes into a thick pulp or must by a powerful rotating cylinder. She is one of the most important appliances in our production pipeline.
Have you had any workplace accidents?
What? Fall into the vat and get crushed to a pulp? You'd have to be a bona fide idiot. Waste of space, if you ask me.
Yes, well, fortunately, we have had none of that. So if there's no further questions? No way. Any further questions? Ask away.
What can you tell me about this device? Grape presser, was it?
That is correct, senor. After primary fermentation, the mass is pressed through a fine filter, leaving only the flesh and skins behind. I should add that grape stomping, the iconic practice of crushing grapes with your bare feet, It's historically rare and mostly a tourist gimmick. But you are most welcome to try. Imagine you're a grape.
Thanks. I'll pass.
Oh, go on. I'll take a picture of the three of you.
Oh, come on, Tamara. When in Rome.
Fine.
Say queso.
May I see that, Mr. Vargas? I believe I blinked.
So, this is what the little guy feels like.
No, all good. Looks like one for the mantle.
Now, are there any more questions? Don't be shy.
I'm interested in these containers.
Ah, yes. Our large fermentation tanks are constructed from solid French oak and each contain up to 500 gallons of grey must.
Interesting. Are those cooling sockets?
They are indeed, Senora. The cooling system allows us to fine-tune the entire process. Temperature, humidity levels, etc. Our goal here at Viñedo Yates is quite simple. From a state-of-the-art winemaking facility to our carefully nurtured grape stock, hand-picked with loving care by local experts, we have only one purpose: to make the best pinots in Argentina and beyond.
Well, looks like an accident waiting to happen.
Occupational hazard. Eh, Burnwood?
Excelente. So let's continue to the barrel room, if you'll follow me.
Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Black?
Oh, it's all very inspiring.
Winemaking is a grand pursuit. Sure. Everyone talks about craft beer these days. You can make a decent IPA in your pantry. It is pedestrian.
Yeah, hey.
Oh, this, my friends, this is true grandeur. And so we arrived to our final stop, the barrel room. This is where we store the wine during the secondary stage of fermentation. The area behind the glass is where we keep our most precious bottles, including a 1945 Grand Paladin, the most expensive wine in existence. The access doors, which are made from ballistic glass, can only be unlocked from the security room high above our heads.
Remarkable.
Ah, here comes Senor Yates now. I shall leave you in his capable hands.
How reassuring.
Ah, Miss Burnwood, is it not? Don Yates, pleased to meet you. You come very highly recommended. As Chief of the Heralds, let me be the first to say welcome aboard.
Why, thank you, Mr. Yates. Rest assured that I will be following your every lead very closely.
Say, that reminds me. We're about to have a little Herald get-together up at the house. Just a modest toast to celebrate my forthcoming inauguration as Constant. You are, of course, most welcome to join us. I believe you shall make a fine Herald once the training wheels are off.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Capital. Right this way, into the lion's den. Why don't you take a break, Corvo? We're done here for now, I think. Oh, but don't go too far. I may still need your services later.
I'll be closer than you think.
Oh, almost forgot. Cortazar, please nip down to the wine cellar and tell Mr. Flowers, the sommelier, to prep the 1945 Grand Paladin and bring it up to the house for our special occasion.
Got it, Chief.
Welcome to Viñedo Yates. I'm Gabriel Vargas, Chief Winemaker.
¿Cómo estás?
I will be your tour guide. Any questions before we start?
Yes, but they're all above your pay grade.
We're good. Lead the way, Senor Vargas.
Follow me. First stop on the tour is the production floor, where our prize-winning Malbec grapes are processed. Our equipment is state-of-the-art, including a drag-in freezer unit. And last but not least, our grape crusher, industrial size for your disposal purposes.
Interesting.
Follow me, please. This is an industrial cold storage unit, useful for preventing cellular decomposition. It easily reaches temperatures of -10 degrees Celsius, Trust me, you don't want to stay inside for long.
No kidding. Hey, there's no doorknob on the inside. Seems like a pretty glaring safety omission, if you ask me.
Probably soundproof, too.
And good luck getting a phone signal.
Follow me, please. This is our grape crusher. The destemmed grapes are crushed into a thick pulp by a powerful rotating cylinder, making each grape quite impossible to ID.
Have you had any workplace accidents?
What? Fall into the vat and get crushed to a pulp? You'd have to be a bona fide idiot. Waste of space, if you ask me.
Follow me, please. Next on our tour is the fermentation atrium. In these spacious tanks, which could easily be able to contain a couple of hundred human bodies, the sugars in the wine are converted to alcohol. This is also where we squeeze the must into a fine juice using our grape presser.
Fascinating.
Come along. This is the facility's grape presser, where the freshly crushed pulp is pressed through a fine filter, leaving only the flesh and skins behind. Much more efficient than the ancient practice of grape stomping, but also less personal.
So, this is what the little guy feels like.
Our large fermentation tanks are constructed from solid French oak, and each contain up to 500 gallons of grape must. You don't want to fall in, but if you do, at least you'll die happy.
Well, looks like an accident waiting to happen.
Occupational hazard. Eh, Burnwood?
Final stop, the barrel room. Nothing dramatic, just wine biding its time. The vault next door contains our most precious bottles, but the access doors are made from ballistic glass and can only be unlocked from the security room high above our heads. So, unless you're the Sparrow, don't get any ideas.
Remarkable.
Ah, here comes Mr. Yates now. Perfect timing.
Ah, Miss Burnwood, is it not? Don Yates. Pleased to meet you. You come very highly recommended. As Chief of the Heralds, let me be the first to say welcome aboard.
Why, thank you, Mr. Yates. Rest assured that I will be following your every lead very closely.
Say, that reminds me. We're about to have a little herald get-together up at the house. Just a modest toast to celebrate my forthcoming inauguration as Constant. You are, of course, most welcome to join us. I believe you shall make a fine herald, once the training wheels are off.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Capital. Right this way, into the lion's den. Oh, almost forgot. Cortazar, please nip down to the wine cellar and tell Mr. Flowers, the sommelier, to prep the 1945 Grand Paladin and bring it up to the house for our special occasion.
Got it, Chief.
Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Black?
It's all very inspiring.
I could see you retired to a place like this. Winemaking speaks to your meticulous nature. Surely you don't plan to be Yates's fixer forever.
I have been told recently to think about the future.
And so we arrived to our... Don't toy with me. At least do me the courtesy of showing me why Diana kept you around. Are you trying to prove a point? Or is this sport for you? What are you waiting for me to say? That we're not so different? We are. You're just a bullet. You're not even the whole gun. You live for this, don't you, 47?
Miss Kensington, Diana Burnwood, we met in the Black Pyramid?
Ah, yes, the Herald. You're new too, if I'm not mistaken. I suppose we're both getting the lay of the land.
Suppose so. How are you settling in as head of Dynasty Global?
All I managed so far is redecorating my office.
Did you know I was in the building when Mr. Pierce was thrown off the roof? I even passed his killer, Mr. Donovan, in the hallway. There's no way I could just sit in Rupert's chair after what happened.
Quite understandable. But the terrorists are all dead now, and we need to look towards the future. Providence is changing, and you're an intrinsic part of that change, Miss Kensington.
It's the best show in town. I'm in.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Quinn, Diana Burnwood. We met in the Black Pyramid.
Ah, Bronson's replacement. Cool. Good to meet you in reality. I'm told the troubles are finally over. How about it? Can I finally go back to the office? I didn't pay $2 billion for that infinity-shaped glass monstrosity just to strut around Big Sur in my boxers.
Everything is under control. The ringleaders have all been neutralized, and we haven't had a single attack in months. It's time to look forward.
Providence 2.0. Don't worry, I already drank the Kool-Aid. If this gets the FTC and the EU Commissioner for Competition off my back, I'm all game.
I'm preaching to the choir, then. We'll be in touch, Mr. Quinn.
Hey, if you ever find that poor bastard Bronson, let me know, okay? I'll pay for the funeral.
Dolores?
Why, Diana Burnwood, as I live and breathe.
I thought you were dead.
Eric Sodas forced me out on my arse after that whole Christmas party crack-up. Self-righteous prick. How is it my fault that my shit-for-brains agent decides to get cute and imitate your guy, huh?
He did manage to kill everybody except for the target.
Don't you start, too. Anyway, even after I retired, I figured the agency might be petty enough to slip some lead into my diet, so I faked my death, took on a new identity, and got the frag out of Dodge. Been living it up in the Seychelles ever since. Couldn't believe my luck when I saw my old name in the data leak. Figured I was the only one of us still at large. Of course, I suppose now I know who took a shit in ICA's oatmeal. Good for you, dear.
It wasn't... Well, it's complicated.
It was good to see you, Diana. Oh, and if you see that agent of yours, tell him to stop showing off. Accidents and death traps, ridiculous.
Take a good look at this woman. What do you see? A monster? Revolutionary fanatic? Violent extremist? You should. You should take a good, hard look at this graceful woman with the ensuringly professional demeanor and imagine her hands soaked in the blood of your colleagues, including my friend and business partner, Ken Morgan. A bloody trail of carnage and destruction ending with the partners themselves and Arthur Edwards, our superior, the new supreme head of Providence, is giving her the keys to the kingdom. Now, does that seem right to you, my friends? Yes. They should get their blood flowing. This isn't going away, my love. It falls on me as constant to protect Providence against all threats, even his bad decisions.
So let's treat this like a court case. Say Burnwood is a material witness to the prosecution and you need to get rid of her. Walk me through your strategy.
Best course of action is blackmail. I've called in one of the firm's junior partners to dig up some dirt. If Burnwood has a weakness, we will find it.
If not?
Then Corvo gets to earn his 7 figures a year. Burnwood suffers an accident, convincing but not too convincing, and the blame falls on her rogue assassin with a whimsical M.O.
That might fool the heralds, but not Edwards. He could even be using her to test your loyalty.
Yes, that is the crunch.
Perhaps we're looking at this the wrong way. Perhaps it is less about the witness and more about putting together just the right jury.
What are you thinking?
The heralds. You said so yourself. They lost plenty of colleagues to Burnwood and her cohorts. I am sure they would agree to back your story with Edwards, if properly nudged. Say, by a crackerjack trial lawyer with a knack for stirring monologues.
Hi there.
This would even strengthen their fealty to you as constant. Nothing commands loyalty like culpability.
Yes, I like it. I like it profoundly. I will get right to work on my closing statement. Thank you, my love. I truly would be lost without you.
And don't you forget it.
All right, you're on the clock, Aaron. Dazzle me. What do you got on Burnwood, Diana?
Well, I'm fairly certain she was a handler in the ICA. Her name doesn't feature in any of the publicized documents, but I figure if she somehow covered her tracks...
Old news. I don't care if you can place her at the grassy knoll. What I want to know about is her involvement in the 1% killings, starting with our clients. Details, please. The gorier, the better.
The militia attacks? Say, what is this really about, Mr. Yates, and how did we come across all this information? I mean, who created this file? It's straight out of a Jack Sparta novel.
Do you want to make senior partner in Morgan, Yates & Cohn one day, Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Then I don't need to finish this sentence. Get to it. Mr. Edwards, Don Yates, I have received your letter. I merely called to express my regrets that you were not able to make it to the party. Rest assured that I will extend our new herald the warmest of welcomes. A most shrewd and sagacious move on your part, bringing her into the fold. I have the utmost confidence that Miss Burnwood will prove a valuable addition to the group. Feel free to call me at your leisure. Have a good day. Machine? Since when do I get the machine? He can't be serious. He just can't. It's unseemly.
How many times will you reread that thing before you believe your own eyes, darling? Or are you trying to scare the letters away?
Just listen to this. I am making a new addition to the Herald team. Diana Burnwood, former ICA. Please consider her my representative.
At your celebration, yours truly, Arthur Edwards. Yes, we've been over this, Dawn.
Can you believe it? This is the woman who waged bloody war on Providence. She is involved in the deaths of countless heralds and operatives, including Ken, our friend Valentina. Has Edwards lost his faculties? This woman will surely be our downfall.
This woman cleared his path to the top. Is it any wonder that he wants to keep her close?
The partners. You don't think he...
Immaterial, darling. Why don't we take a stroll? The air will do you good.
Yes. I suppose you're right.
We'll figure this out, Dawn. You and I. We always do.
Where was I? Ah, yes. We need to act, my friends, swiftly and boldly, and in accordance with the integrity of our office. You are heralds of Providence, and I, as your constant, will never flinch in the face of duty or diligence. And so I humbly ask you to follow my lead, have my back, as I will have yours. Not bad. But is the angle right? I need to think. Never a dull moment, eh, my love?
I should hope not. I didn't marry you for the rainy afternoons curled up on the couch. I'm in it for the thrill rides.
It's been a hell of a run. The firm, built it from scratch, myself, Ken, Theo. More than 40 partners vested. Close to 500 associates. Offices on 6 continents.
Would have been 7, if only penguins weren't such law-abiding little shits.
Very true. I must admit I am not too comfortable with the idea of retirement.
You're not actually retiring, darling. Quite the opposite, I should say.
Yes, well, they don't know that, do they? Those people down there. Oh, they will be supportive. Congratulate me on my golden years ahead. But I have seen the pity in their eyes. The powerful, the infamous Don Yates. a senior citizen, fishing hat and sandals down Florida way. No, a man is nothing without his title, my love. That is never going to change.
Fishing hat, huh? Now there's a sight.
Well, perhaps I'll add it to the repertoire. What do you got?
Let's see. Miami, Florida. Robert and Sierra Knox, CEO and CFO at robotics manufacturer Kronstadt Industries, are targeted by ICA under the noses of some 10,000 spectators during the Global Innovation Motor Race. I have the details here, Mr. Yates.
Good work. Keep it up, Aaron. First the letter, the burnwood obstruction, now the silent treatment. What are you up to, Mr. Edwards? This is absurd. Why would he nurture a snake at his bosom? At my bosom? A test, perhaps?
How is your closing statement coming together?
It's almost time, my love. How do I look?
Like a prize fighter, darling. Now, don't forget you have a second speech to do. Is your welcome address ready? Our guests are getting anxious.
You know, I believe I'll wing it.
Is that so? How out of character of you.
I'm retired, remember? I don't have to wow anybody.
Okay. Who are you and what have you done with my husband?
What else, Aaron?
Sapienza, Italy. EtherCorp. Employees Silvio Caruso and Francesca DeSantis are targeted for assassination by Burnwood and her agent. In the process, a billion-dollar research project is also sabotaged. A DNA-specific virus. Take a look right here, Mr. Yates.
You're on fire, Aaron. Don't quit now. Byron Washington, my favorite client. How can I... So you heard. Yes, I was as surprised as you. Trust me, I know how you feel. My friend, your daughters, Burnwood has a hand in all of their deaths. Yes, that concerns me too, but I suppose he has his reasons. Yes, I believe we're on the same page. The cogs are already turning. I will let you know how it works out. So long, old friend. Stockholm Syndrome. Could that be it? Burnwood and her muscle kept Edwards captured for days. Who knows what took place on the ship? Now, how do I best sway the room? Edwards was their boss for years, and I'm asking them to lie to his face. I have to make them see that he is not infallible, that his obsession with Burnwood is a threat against us all. I only get one chance. No recesses, no settlements. Should I appeal to duty, to reason, emotion? If only I knew my audience better. A jury you at least get to pick by hand. What would Ken have done? When in doubt, always go low, is what he used to say. The heralds will want retribution for the people they lost, and Edwards is standing in the way of that. Yes, that's the ticket. Words to live by, old friend. Did I ever tell you how sorry I was for what happened with Semaphore? If only I could have taken the bullet for you, I would have.
Save the schmaltz for later, darling. It's game time.
Yes, ma'am. Defense rests. What have you found out?
Janus, a retired KGB spy master, is eliminated in his adopted hometown of Whittleton Creek, Vermont, along with his bodyguard, a former Secret Service agent. This is all starting to sound pretty outlandish, Mr. Yates.
I see. Very useful, Aaron. Keep it coming. Theo, It's done. How's the home office? Theo, how long has it been now? 4 months? You have to go outside sometime. Someone of your rare brilliance has allowed a certain degree of eccentricity, but there's a limit, Theo. The clients will start talking. Just a quick stroll on the helipad. It'll do you good. I know, but Theo, it's not like the old days anymore. Ken is gone. I'll be away. It falls on you to steer Morgan, Yates, and Cone through this difficult transition phase and into the future. Have you at least considered anyone for senior partner? I can write you a short list. Fine. But Theo, when you do make up your mind, you have to actually speak to them, all right? You can't just slide a note under people's doors. Right, well, I gotta go, Theo. The guests have arrived. Yes, I know, elbow bumps. You be good, Theo. Bye now. He needs help. Preposterous. A serious lapse in judgment. If Edwards proves unfit for office, steps may need to be taken. Yes. Did I tell you you look ravishing, Mrs. Yates?
I give it a rest, darling. You can flatter me when we're dead.
Yes, ma'am. Impress me, Aaron.
Marrakesh, Morocco. Klaus Strandberg, an investment banker under trial for billion-dollar investment fraud, and General Reza Zaidan of the Moroccan army are both assassinated, preventing a violent civic uprising and effectively thwarted a coup d'etat. Take a look right here, Mr. Yates.
Good work. Keep it up, Aaron. 3 missed calls. What has he gotten into now? Mr. West, Don Yates. I'm afraid you caught me at an inopportune... Slow down, Mr. West. I can't understand a word you're... Excuse me? Oh, Mr. West, not again. What is it with you and joggers? No, that's not how it works. We never use the same strategy twice. Not even in a different state, no. We'll just have to go for a full-blown cover-up and hope for the best. Where's the body? Buried in the woods. Okay, my guy can work with that. And did anyone see you? Oh, they did. And where are said elderly bird watchers now? In your trunk. Right. Listen here, Mr. West. I am going to turn your case over to one of our junior partners, Keith McKenzie. He has the right sort of temperament for this kind of thing. I need to attend to my guests. Yes, best of luck, Mr. West. Bye-bye now. He needs help. Yeah. Have I ever thanked you for sticking by me all these years, Mrs. Yates?
Don't go soft on me now, darling. You have a battle to fight.
Yes, ma'am. Duly noted. What do you got?
The Gamma Medical Facility, Hokkaido, Japan. Yakuza lawyer Yuki Yamazaki, one of our Far East liaisons, is eliminated along with the ICA's training director during an experimental right-sided heart transplant. Wow. That's just the craziest thing I ever heard. I have the report right here.
You're on fire, Aaron. Don't quit now. Have I thanked you for planning this party, my love? Everything looks wonderful.
Save the schmaltz for later, darling. It's game time.
Yes, ma'am. Defense rests. What else, Aaron?
The Hitman Hotel, Bangkok. Renowned rock star Jordan Cross is assassinated along with Morgan Yates & Cohn's senior partner, Ken Morgan. Cross's legal representative. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Yates, I never knew. I don't suppose you want to look at this, but, well, I have the details right here.
I see. Very useful, Aaron. Keep it coming. Here's to us, Mrs. Yates. We do make a formidable team.
I give it a rest, darling. You can flatter me when we're dead.
Yes, ma'am. Impress me, Aaron.
Dubai. Marcus Stuyvesant and Carl Ingram. Two powerful but withdrawn old money scions are eliminated by Burnwood and her agent during the inauguration of the world's tallest building. This is incredible, Mr. Yates. I have the details right here.
Good work. Keep it up, Aaron. What have you found out?
Dartmoor, England. Alexa Carlyle, old money scion and head of the Carlyle shipping group, is assassinated during her own sham funeral. Jeez, well, this takes me back. 40+ hours of therapy and boom, it's right back to square one. I'm sorry, Mr. Yates. It's just a bit much, that's all.
You're on fire, Aaron. Don't quit now. What do you got?
Isle of Sgale, the Arctic Sea. Zoe and Sophia Washington, East Coast socialites and self-proclaimed treasure hunters, are eliminated during some kind of clandestine social event. Sounds like something straight out of the conspiracy sphere, Mr. Yates.
I see. Very useful, Aaron. Keep it coming.
Tell me you didn't, Pablo. Tell me you didn't forget the asado torch.
Okay. I didn't forget the asado torch, Miguel.
But you did, though. Didn't you, Pablo? Madre de Dios. Why do you have to be such a baby all the time? Mr. Yates' gates are waiting. What are we supposed to tell him? That dinner is late because the Yosa brothers forgot the torch for the damn asado pit?
It's just a stupid torch. I'm sure someone's got a light, Miguel.
It's traditional. Look, I'm not gonna explain it to you, little brother. Just find another torch. Don't care how. Before with a laughing stock.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Why Mother prefers him, I will never understand.
Excuse me, would you mind if I borrow one of those torches? I needed to light the asado pit.
Go ahead. They're just for decoration anyway. Say, you're one of those TV chefs. The Yosa brothers, right? You're...
Pablo Yosa, the younger. I provide the talent, the good looks and fun. My brother, well, he knows how to balance the books.
Well, I am just a big fan, Senor Sosa. I must have streamed all 14 seasons of your show. I especially love the one where you cooked barbecue on the International Space Station.
Yeah, we absolutely did that. Yeah, oh, for real. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going. Hungry mouths to feed.
Oh, it can wait, can't it? You must have so many good stories.
Well, I especially remember the time, I believe it was season 8, when we flew around the world in a hot air balloon with expert survivalist and treasure hunter Blake Nathaniel. In episode 12, we had to touch down in Papua New Guinea to avoid a storm. Luckily, the secluded Kolufa tribe was extremely hospitable. We taught them a few of our barbecue techniques, and they taught us how to make smoked tarantula. That was great TV. Yes, we were very fortunate.
Amazing. I can't wait to tell my dad we met. He'll be so excited. He's your biggest fan. He bought the apron and the special anniversary barbecue sauce and everything.
Great to hear. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, come on. Stay a bit. What's it like to be famous for doing something you really love?
Well, one episode really stands out. Miguel and I were invited to cook asado at the wedding of Esteban Montoya, head of the Moreno cartel. Well, naturally, we had concerns, but Miguel and I figured, nobody kills the barbecue chef, and besides, our new line of sauces had just hit the market, and the Moreno's endorsement would be great for our Mexican rollout, so yeah, we went. Little did we know that the Delgado cartel had hired notorious hitman Curare to strike during the wedding dinner. That is, not until Miguel found the severed head of Montoya's nephew roasting in the center of the asado pit. Apparently, The killer had snuck in disguise as one of the kitchen aides. We must have passed by him several times, never knowing how close we came to certain death. Hi! Yeah, we are truly blessed.
Incredible. My sister is a cicada mercenary, and even her stories pale in comparison to yours.
Oh, it's nothing really. But now I simply must be going. The asado won't light itself.
No, stay. Tell us more. Cooking for people must be so rewarding.
Well, I can tell you about the strangest private gig we ever attended. It took place on a remote island somewhere in the Arctic Sea, but we have no clue where, because the host insisted that we wore blindfolds, not only for the helicopter ride out, but throughout the entire evening. Imagine cooking barbecue in total darkness. It's a good thing we're pros. I never knew what the party was about. We wore noise-canceling headphones too, and even then, we had to sign a solid brick of NDA. I can only assume it was some world domination thing. Yes, the life of a celebrity chef is never dull.
So cool. I am gonna go home and rewatch all 14 seasons with the commentary track.
You're too kind. But now I really have to go. My brother must be getting impatient. Not that he's the boss of me or anything.
Oh, it can wait, can't it? You must have so many good stories.
Well, there was the time we invited VIP guests to cook with us on the show. Seasons 9 and 10, I think it was. We had Jordan Cross, who was a vegan and insisted on grilling eggplants. We had Craig Black, author of the Cassandra Snow novels. And then, of course, my brother thought it would be a good idea to invite Viktor Novikov. You know, the Russian fashion mogul who died during one of his Paris shows a while back. Actually, come to think of it, most of our guests are dead now. Anyway, Novikov, who managed to utterly scorch his chorizo, threw a tantrum in front of rolling cameras and kicked over the parrilla, sending chicken breasts and tenderloins flying in all directions. Then we spent 6 months in a legal battle for the show tapes because Viktor Novikov was completely without a sense of humor and couldn't stand to lose face. In the end, we settled and got ourselves a brand partnership with Sanguine. Yes, life has been good to the Yosa brothers.
That is so inspiring. Maybe it's time I created that interior decorating blog. When you're passionate about something, who knows where it might lead?
Great to hear. Now, if you'll excuse me.
All right. Good on you, hombre. Bien. There you go. Sí, perfecto. Senor Yates.
This is he.
This is Miguel Yosa, your chef for the evening. I am pleased to inform you that the asado fire pit has been lit and dinner is served.
Thank you. Me and my wife shall be right down. The Rutherfords. Long time no see. Ambassador, so nice to see you. Excuse me, if I can have everyone's attention, please. So, here is a question. What did Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, and Ronald Reagan all have to say about retirement? As far as I am aware, not a damn thing. Retirement is hardly the most exciting of life stages, but it is the most terrifying. Why? Because the proverbial golf course is the last stop before the morgue? Why, no. If anything, we are larger in death. Death holds no fear for the great, the accomplished. No, my friends, the thing that scares me is not the death of Don Yates, but the death of Don Yates, attorney at law. The disintegration of the professional self. Retirement is an existential void, and that is why I am retiring. It is the final frontier, the ultimate rite of passage. It is an abyss into which I must gaze. Luckily, thanks to my beautiful wife, Valentina, I am a man with a hobby. And I intend to make the most of it. So drink my wine, eat and rejoice in the knowledge that no matter how high you ascend, how much you accomplish, the greatest fight is yet ahead. Thank you all, and welcome. Ah, yes. On behalf of our asado chefs, the wonderful Yosa brothers, I am delighted to tell you that dinner is served. Bon appetit. Ah, Raul. Delighted you could make it. Valentina, I don't believe you have met Raul Salazar, special advisor to the Pope, longtime client.
Ah, yes. It was you who kept my husband up all night for the better part of a year.
Yes, a most unfortunate matter. Some believe it would have been 1054 all over again. We were most pleased with the services of your firm.
Oh, I really cannot take credit. It was Ken who led the defense team.
Ah, yes, Mr. Morgan. I was saddened to hear the news about his passing.
It was a terrible loss to myself and the firm. Ken truly was a giant.
Don and I adopted his dog, Pickles. Charming little creature. We brought him down here. Thought the country air would do him some good. Unfortunately, he was run over by a grape picker.
Yes. Apparently, you can bring the dog out of the city, but you can't bring the city out of the dog.
I see. So, with you retiring, Morgan, Yates, and Cohn are down to one founding partner who, if rumors are true, has not left his office for months? Should I be worried, Mr. Yates?
Far from it. We have over 40 partners vested, cream of the crop. Rest assured that you are in the best of hands. Now, if you'll excuse us, Raul, enjoy the party. Finger licking good. The Devereaux, looking younger every time.
And how are you today, sir?
The Yosa brothers do not disappoint. Superb. Mr. Reinhardt, so glad you could make it. Delectable. Chancellor, don't you look marvelous?
I could be a wine guy.
Savory. Exquisite. Ah, Miss Burnwood, is it not? Don Yates, pleased to meet you. You come very highly recommended. As Chief of the Heralds, let me be the first to say welcome aboard.
Why, thank you, Mr. Yates. Rest assured that I will be following your every lead very closely.
Say, that reminds me. We're about to have a little herald get-together up at the house. Just a modest toast to celebrate my forthcoming inauguration as constant. You are, of course, most welcome to join us. I believe you shall make a fine herald once the training wheels are off.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Capital. Right this way, into the lion's den. Oh, almost forgot. Cortazar, please nip down to the wine cellar and tell Mr. Flowers, the sommelier, to prep the 1945 Grand Paladin and bring it up to the house for our special occasion.
Got it, Chief. That's exactly it.
I've never been more in love with you.
Retirement is hardly the most exciting of life's stages, but it is the most terrifying. Why? Because the proverbial golf course is the last stop before the morgue? Why, no. If anything, we are larger in death. Death holds no fear for the great, the accomplished. No, my friends, the thing that scares me is not the death of Don Yates, but the death of Don Yates, attorney at law. The disintegration...
What?
Oh, man,
Derek,
this sucks.
Yeah, it looks like an accident. Over.
Ay, what the? Ay, Dios mío.
Don't get up. Get back up here. We're not done.
Mr. Yates? It's Aaron, sir, from the firm. I came as quickly as I could. Yes, sir, I have the files. Sorry it took so long, but I had to access our remote server to print everything, and I couldn't get my VPN to... Right. Sorry, sir. I'll be right inside. Oh, my lord, is that a Gira cuckoo? I've always wanted to see one in the wild. Oh, Gretchen will be so jealous. Here, little buddy. Come on. Look at that orange rufous crest. So adorable. Oh, and those yellow rings around the eyes. I mean, they fade in captivity. I've never seen them quite so vivid before. Oh, this is a rare treat. Oh well, mustn't be late. The Gira's fairly common in these parts after all. I'll get a picture later. Aaron Ford Jr., I'm with the firm. Don Yates is expecting me.
Okay, checks out. But leave the paperwork with me.
Absolutely not. Mr. Yates asked me specifically to bring him these documents. You don't want to keep Mr. Yates waiting, do you?
What are you? Some kind of office clerk?
I am a junior partner with Morgan, Yates & Cohn, the most powerful law firm on the continent. Now enough of this foolishness. Let me through.
Okay, I'm just messing with you. Step right in, Junior.
Recess, Your Honor. Is that what I think it is? It is. A Gira cuckoo nest. Oh, and it looks heavy, too. Well, the eggs could be just about to hatch. Oh, I gotta fetch my camera and lenses from the hotel. If I could get a picture of the nestlings, Gretchen is gonna just die. Okay. Easy, Aaron. This is not what you're here for. We live to work, not the other way around. Hey, don't go anywhere, Eggs.
Would you rather lick the inside of a toilet?
Aaron Ford Jr., Don Yates is expecting me.
Ah, the law clerk. Right this way, Mr. Ford.
Junior partner.
Of course, of course.
Aaron Ford Jr. Don Yates is expecting me.
Okay, right this way, Mr. Ford. You look like a lawyer, all right. You got that killer instinct.
It's a gift.
You can set up your shop in here. Mr. Yates will be right with you.
All right, you're on the clock, Aaron. Dazzle me. What do we got on Burnwood?
She's an orphan. Parents killed by one of our clients, Blue Seed Pharmaceuticals. The experience taught her to seek justice outside the system. Would you like me to go through her records? They're quite extensive.
Well, somebody did their homework. No, just her involvement in the 1% killings. Starting with our clients. Details, please. The gorier, the better.
Well, here's one that might interest you. Janus, a retired KGB spy master, is eliminated in his adopted hometown of Whittleton Creek, Vermont, along with his bodyguard, a former Secret Service agent. The methods in question are quite ingenious. Just take a look here. Sapienza, Italy. Ether Corp employees Silvio Caruso and Francesca DeSantis are targeted for assassination by Burnwood and her agent. In the process, a billion-dollar research project is also sabotaged, a DNA-specific virus. Take a look right here, Mr. Yates.
You're on fire, Aaron. Don't quit now.
Here, Dubai. Marcus Stuyvesant and Carl Ingram, two powerful but withdrawn old money scions, are eliminated by Burnwood and her agent during the inauguration of the world's tallest building. This is incredible, Mr. Yates. Take a look right here.
Good work. Keep it up, Aaron.
Take a look here. The Himapan Hotel, Bangkok. Renowned rock star Jordan Cross is assassinated along with Morgan, Yates, and Cohn's senior partner Ken Morgan, Cross's legal representative. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Yates. I don't suppose you'll want to see that. Nevertheless, I have the details right here.
I see. Very useful, Aaron. Keep it coming. Okay, let's hear it. What? You didn't even unpack yet? Christ, join the game, Aaron. I'll be back.
Mr. Yates, I have your files right here.
About time. You can set up shop in the ground floor guest room. I'll be right with you.
No! How could you let this happen? My harvest! My beautiful vintage! They were so silky, so full-bodied. There were savory layers of blackberries. Blackberries! Oh. It was a unicorn, and it never even got to mature. No! No!
Coger.
Oh, my. What happened here? Oh, such a waste. The pump must have malfunctioned again. Faulty seal or human error. And I suppose sabotage cannot be ruled out. Well, we'll need a thorough investigation. Perhaps double the guard duty in the barrel room? One can never be too careful.
That's just great. Just stellar work, everybody. You've really gone above and beyond here. Truly world class. Who was it then? Which of you ear-defining geniuses just poured half the goddamn harvest into the drain? Please, I'm dying to know. Was it you? No? You? No one wants to own up to this visionary piece of performance art that I can only assume is a bold and poignant tribute to man's boundless stupidity. I see. Who wants to tell my wife, then? Who wants to break the news to sweet Valentina that someone took a giant piss all over her ancestral vineyard? Nobody? No volunteers to break my wife's heart? Well, what do you know? All right. Show's over, people. Clear the floor. There's no way you'll clean this mess up by hand. Oh, and somebody get Mr. Vargas a towel and a shot of horse tranquilizer. Unbelievable. How many millions? Bunch of prize idiots. First, the Burnwood thing, and now this. It's supposed to be my big day. What did I ever do to deserve this? Oh well, back into the fray.
Ma'am, I recovered this intel. It concerns yourself and Mr. Yates. I think you ought to take a look.
I see. Thank you. The hell is this? No. No, it can't be. He didn't. He couldn't have. I bastard! Don! I know! That man. Just breathe. Just breathe.
Valentina? What's wrong? You look upset.
Don, what did you do? Tell me you didn't.
Do what? I don't understand.
Semaphore, the data leak. It was you. It was you all along. So stupid. Why didn't I see it before? You leaked the document so you could win your stupid case. You didn't care that my career would be destroyed, my reputation dragged through the mud. You're Don Cojones Yates, and Don Yates never loses a case, no matter the cost.
My love, it was... I didn't mean for you to...
What did you just call me? Are you insane, Don? How can you claim to love somebody and then destroy their world with the flick of a pen?
It was just business. You know the game, Valentina. You know how it's played.
There's a limit. There is always a limit.
No, the old Valentina, she would have understood. But you've been down here for too long, my love. You've grown soft.
Bastard. How's this for soft?
No!
Don, get up. Get back up here. We're not done. I didn't mean to. Why is there no air in here? Alexander Fannin's office, please. Valentina Yates calling. Alex, thank God you are working late. I need you to... Yes, me too. You must come visit some other time. But listen, I need a favor. I need 10 million in cash, Alex. From Milton Fitzpatrick's Buenos Aires office. Now, I know this kind of withdrawal requires both me and Don's signatures, but Alex, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious. I have a big problem. I need it to go away fast, and Don can't know. Will you please call them and... You're a saint, Alex. I'll make it up to you. Somehow.
Flowers. Mr. Yates wants the 1945 Grand Paladin brought up to the house. Special occasion.
What? But did aliens land on the front lawn? Have the ghosts of Jesus, John Lennon, and Eva Perón unexpectedly come for dinner? Help me out here. What could possibly be so special?
Above your clearance, Flowers. Just fetch it already.
Fine. What's the passcode again?
Last year of World War II. If you have to look it up, shame on you.
Are you all right, Patron?
I'm fine, Santino. It's just... the 1945 Grand Paladin? It is perfection. Irreplaceable. You don't drink the 1945 Grand Paladin any more than you would write a shopping list on the Mona Lisa. Men like Don Yates know the price of everything, but the value of nothing.
I am sorry, Patron. Say, what if we exchange the labels? Served him a different wine.
Ah, you are devious, Santino. But no. If Mr. Yates wishes to destroy something beautiful, I will not stand in his way. That is between him and his creator.
How did he even get his hands on a bottle? I hear the last of the 45s was sold to Sheikh Omar Al-Ghazali for $600,000. Most expensive bottle ever sold.
Yes. A curious story. See, that bottle you refer to came from a case of 12, which were recovered from a sunken Carlisle shipping container that went down in the South China Sea during the final days of World War II. Of those 12, only 5 were raised intact. Al-Ghazali bought one under great media coverage, while the others simply disappeared, quietly obtained by some clandestine private collector. until one of the bottles was donated to Mr. Yates by Byron Washington, CEO of the Pax Mundus Foundation, as a reward for winning a court case. Now, Byron's twin daughters were treasure hunters, so that explains how he managed to get first pick. But you see, I was here when the bottle arrived, and the crate it arrived in bore a curious logo. Something called the Ark Society.
Intriguing. Do you know what it means?
Well, not a clue. And now, we will never know. Oh, don't get attached, Santino. For all fine things in life are transient. Sir, I present to you the 1945 Grand Paladin.
Huh. Somehow I thought it'd be bigger. Come on, Flowers. Guests are waiting. Now, the boss is having a powwow with some employees, and you are not to discuss, disclose, or hell, even think about what goes down. Yeah, just set your mind to wool gathering mode. You think you can do that for me, Flowers?
Worry not, Mr. Cortazar. I am the very soul of discretion.
Good man.
Ah, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Flowers, our resident sommelier. I believe he has brought us something quite special. Perhaps you will educate us, Mr. Flowers.
This is the 1945 Grand Paladin, one of only 5 bottles.
Stage fright, Mr. Flowers? Well, it's only the most expensive bottle of wine in existence. No introduction needed, I suppose. Moving on.
Hey, Flowers! Over here. Come on, while we're young.
Sir, I present to you the 1945 Grand Paladin.
Huh. Somehow I thought it'd be bigger. Come on, Flowers. Guests are waiting. Go on, get yourself patted down. We're still on alert from all those big shot CEOs getting offed.
If you want to come through, I'm gonna need to pat you down. You sure you don't got something on you? Nothing gets past me, you better tell me. Okay, you are good to go.
So here's the deal, Flowers. The boss is having a powwow with some employees, and discretion is the name of the game. I'm sure you figured that out already, you being a scholar and all. Don't discuss, disclose, or hell, even contemplate what goes down. Just set your mind to wool gathering mode. You think you can do that for me, Flowers?
Worry not, Mr. Cortazar. I'm the very soul of discretion.
Good man.
I have always considered the heralds the unspoken heroes of Providence. The nervous system, effectively and reliably transmitting the decrees of the brain to the body and limbs of our great organization. And I am delighted that so many of you were able to join me today, despite your busy schedules, and celebrate my retirement from the world of law and imminent instatement as the 3rd constant of Providence. Make no mistake, I have 2 formidable sets of shoes to fill, but I am athirst to pick up the mantle.
They're already at it. Go on, place the wine on the table. I'll pour it.
Decant.
Pardon me, Your Majesty.
I have always considered the heralds the unspoken heroes of Providence. The nervous system, effectively and reliably trained. Ah, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Flowers, our resident sommelier. I believe he has brought us something quite special. Perhaps you will educate us, Mr. Flowers.
This is the 1945 Grand Paladin, one of only 5 bottles in existence. The vintage is legendary, the proverbial unicorn wine. The year was hot, the wine's super concentrated, and thanks to hail and frost, the production was small. Only 300 bottles were ever produced. And when the vineyard was bombed during the closing days of World War II, only a single crate survived. It is said to have amazingly complex aromas with long, savory layers of fruit and spice flavors, and a silky texture. Enjoy.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Feel free to stick around in case our guests have questions. This wine was gifted to me by the Art Society in acknowledgement of my firm's legal services. It stands as a powerful reminder that Providence draws its strength not from force, but from partnership. We are but a few, and yet together we are unstoppable because we stand united. My friends, loyalty is everything, which is why we cannot allow traitors into our ranks.
Ah, yes. Here it comes.
This woman has waged bloody war on us. More than a dozen heralds and operatives dead. Your colleagues and clients, my friend, Ken Morgan. Not to mention the partners themselves, our founders, our benefactors. Make no mistake, this woman's hands are soaked in blood. Our blood. And Arthur Edwards, the new supreme head of Providence, is handing her the keys to the kingdom. Now, does that seem right to you, my friends? Does that sound like loyalty?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely.
Perhaps Edwards simply recognizes talent when he sees it. Perhaps this is why I am also in the running to become constant. And following this childish outburst, I dare say I am in the lead. Dawn.
Gotta be kidding me.
You're lying, of course. Which only proves my point. You cannot be trusted, Miss Burnwood. This woman will be our downfall. That is, unless we take matters into our own hands. You are heralds, sworn to protect Providence against all threats, including inside ones. I have devised a plan. Together we can make it work, but you have to decide now, my friends. Are you with me?
I'm in.
Yes.
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 I agree.
Yes.
Listen to yourselves. Don Yates is not even appointed constant yet, and already he conspires to betray his master. I don't pretend to understand Edward's every move, but I do know that this man is an opportunist and unworthy of office.
Then you are a traitor to the heralds. The room is against you, Tamara. Stand down now or share her fate.
Edwards will hear about this.
I think not. I am sorry, but you brought this on yourself. Mr. Cortazar? Escort Miss Burnwood to my office. I'll join you shortly.
Right. Move it. Let's go.
I'm warning you, Yates. This will not go your way.
We need to get our stories straight. Diana Burnwood died today by the hand of her rogue Agent 47. Tamara Vidal, who saw through the assassin's disguise, was, alas, killed as well. This is what you will all attest to.
I'm in.
Yes.
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 I'm in.
A toast, then, in her honor. Savor the taste, because you never will again. And let me remind you, we are in this together. One goes down, we all go down. Here's to loyalty.
To
Loyalty.
Valentina, it worked. Yes, they all back my plan. Your plan. Cortazar will dispose of Burnwood, and Corvo is staging the crime scene, with all the heralds backing my story. Edwards will have no reason for doubt. As always, I owe it all to you, my love. Looks like a beautiful day after all. Yes. See you in a while. It's Yates. Listen, I can't be absolutely sure, but I think I saw something. A man, tall, Caucasian, head-shaven, generically handsome. You know, like a mannequin? Anyway, he was dressed as staff, but he was definitely not one of mine. And when he noticed me looking at him, he got up fast and slipped into the crowd. So you might want to keep an eye out for intruders. Like I pay you to? Right. See that you do. And now they're looking for an assassin. Like they say, the devil's in the detail. Corvo, pick up your damn phone. Plan B is a go. I repeat, Plan B is a go. Start prepping a crime scene like we discussed. Remote, staged accident. Cortazar will bring the package. Get it done.
Remember, Flowers, you never saw a thing. Not a damn thing.
Took you long enough. Quick, clear the floor and get yourself a guard outfit. Yates won't be long.
You know what, boss? Maybe you shouldn't be talking to me like that. Yeah, that's what I should have said. I should have just told him right in his face. I should have spat in his face. That's what I should. Nah, well, probably couldn't have spit in his face. Asshole. Hate that guy. Hate that guy. Yeah, you tell me what to do, man. I told the guy, yeah. He's messing with me, man. 'Cause I'm a bad mama jamma. That's what I said to the guy. No, you know what? Yeah.
Good. I was beginning to worry.
Were you?
No. Listen up, 47. Yates will be here shortly. He'll have his thug Cortazar do his dirty work, but he won't pass up on the chance for a good gloat and a monologue.
So, private space? Kill room decor?
Exactly. We won't get another shot at this. Now sit down and blend in. When I provide a distraction, you just be ready to move.
Corvo, pick up your damn phone. Plan B is a go. I repeat, Plan B is a go. Start prepping a crime scene, like we discussed. Remote, staged accident. Oh, and Corvo, make it for two. Just improvise. Miss Burnwood.
You rolled out the red carpet just for me. Don, you shouldn't have.
So confident, even in defeat. I suppose you're not used to danger, always safe behind your screens. Just tell me one thing before we part ways.
Why me?
Why you? Why would Edwards trust you? Please. It will keep me awake at nights, and I'm 65. I get up 4 times to piss as it is.
Oh, it's simple, really. Edwards is proud. He considers himself the cleverest man alive, and yet we tricked him on Isle of Scale, and it's eating him up. He needs to win. Full, unequivocal victory. My recruitment was just the feather in his cap. By the way, you were right about one thing.
Yeah? I'm all ears.
Holy shit! It turns out this woman will be your downfall.
What are you doing, you asshole?
Ah, crap.
Shoot her, stand there! Shoot her!
What was that racket? If it's any consolation, your instincts were dead on. I will be constant now. And I will make it my mission to tear down Providence brick by brick. Finish it.
Such a good boy.
Well done, 47. Better get rid of the body. Won't be long before they come looking. When you're done, meet me on the dance floor. Oh, and dress appropriately. 47.
It's done. Now what?
Now, we strike at the heart.
Edwards. You know how to find him, don't you?
Why, Edwards finds you, 47. He is untraceable, and he never lets you forget it. He is cocky, and that will be his downfall.
What's the plan?
Too many eyes. Meet me at the olive grove at sunset. One last tango, 47.
Don't let my wife find me like this.
Hey! Hey, we got a criminal over here jacking our stuff. Somebody ought to teach him a lesson. Whoa! That's not yours. Hey, you! Leave that shit alone! People get locked up for less than that!
Everything looks just fine. Oh, damn IT guys and their stupid equipment. I'm sick of coming down here. And of course, it's all fine here. Oh, I hate this system already. As expected. Nothing to see here.
Flowers. The bottle. Flowers. You're blowing it. Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Place the damn bottle.
Stage fright, Mr. Flowers? Well, that's only the most expensive.
No way in hell! I told them again and again, the thermostat must be perfectly calibrated at all times. 58 degrees, no more, no less. Oh, why do I bother? There. Nice and cool. Good thing I have keen senses.
Is this really the best use of your time? Or mine, for that matter? If you're going to attempt to choke a man, then have the decency to do it quickly or not at all. Listen to me. I'm an older man, a retiree now, in fact. Whatever threat you believe I pose is entirely in your own mind. I'm just trying to enjoy my twilight years in peace with my wife. That's it. So this is it. Outmaneuvered. By Burnwood, I assume. I would be embarrassed if I wasn't about to die.
How did you know?
Your deal. That kind of power always comes with a price. What's yours?
I think you know. I am sorry. This is a necessary evil.
What have you done?
ether brand neurotoxin. Transfers by touch. See, Edwards learns by his mistakes, 47. And as you've clearly demonstrated, brute force is futile. It had to be me. It was the only way.
To get this close.
My family. I know what you did. After all these years, I finally know.
I am sorry.
You didn't have a choice. I did. Providence used you, but I'm no better. All I saw was a blank slate, a weapon to wield. I told myself it was what you needed, but people aren't meant to be controlled. This is a kindness. Goodbye, Agent. Good morning, 47. Your target is Joanne Bayswater, a rogue assassin banished by, how shall I put it, one of our competing agencies. For many years, she was one of their top operatives. However, her self-confidence led to arrogance, putting civilians' lives at risk. Her handler, believing she was becoming a hazard, brought it up with the board. Miss Bayswater did not take well to this betrayal, and went out of her way to seek revenge on the one she felt had stabbed her in the back. Now she has broken free and set up her own business as a final insult to our client, destroying the natural order. They have made multiple attempts to get rid of her, but she is always one step ahead, and this is why they have turned to us. They might be too proud to admit it, but they need the best. One does not defy the gods without consequences. Good luck, 47. Good evening, 47. Welcome to Argentina. Joanne Bayswater is currently attending a party at Vineyard Yates to get clients for her new agency. Bad for our client and bad for us. Unfortunately, we were unable to obtain an invitation for you, so you will need to be creative. And remember, Ms. Bayswater is a professional. She knows that mingling in the crowd keeps us safe. Good luck, 47. That is Joanne Bayswater, rogue assassin. She is one of the best, and it is a mystery that she has never been on our radar until now. You need to be careful with this one, 47.
Hello again. Have you found a bottle of Malbec?
I'm sorry, madam, but we'll find one. Is there anything else you'd like in the meantime?
No. I'll come back. And I hope you won't disappoint. You should keep an eye on that glass. You never know who might try to poison it.
If only to put me out of my misery.
That sounds awful. Oh, I'm Joanne Bayswater, by the way. I don't mean to pry, but what's wrong?
It's private.
Of course, I understand. But still, it must be serious if you don't mind being poisoned.
It's pretty serious, but as I said...
I understand, completely. In my line of work, we also have to keep things private, so... I might be able to help you.
I don't see how.
I'll be blunt. Mrs.
Kavanaugh. Sarah Kavanaugh.
Mrs. Kavanaugh. Or Sarah. You don't mind, do you? And what if I told you that my line of work could take care of your problem? Permanently. No blood on your hands. Guaranteed. Would you be interested?
Are you telling me that you... kill...
It's private, Sarah. Don't worry about that. But I think we are on the same page. Look, here's my card. If you are interested, return it to me, or have someone else return it, and I'll give you a location where we can discuss further. In private.
Thank you. But I don't think I'm interested.
Just think about it, Sarah. I'll hopefully talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Mary, what is it?
Excuse me. You know all the staff, don't you?
Yes, indeed, madam, I do.
So, you would easily recognize anyone suspicious tampering with the food?
No one tampers with the food here. I keep a strict lookout. So, yes, I would know.
Good to know. Oh, I'm just a bit of a germaphobe.
I see that twist in the corner of your mouth, my love. What are you thinking about?
It's just, you never really know how your kid's going to turn out.
What do you think you're doing? You need to be on guard. Haven't I taught you anything?
It's just a smoke. I can keep an eye on you at the same time.
Don't you ever assume anything. There are people who want me dead. That's why I need you. Understood? Let's go.
I'm sorry, Miss Bayswater.
You must be Miss Bayswater. Have a seat.
Mr. Joy, thank you for returning my card. I apologize, but I don't have much time for small talk. So I'll cut right to the chase. Do we have a deal?
Oh, I thought we were going to negotiate first. I think your price is a little steep.
Then why did you return the card? Your men gave me the details. I have a man ready to pull the trigger as we speak.
Is he kept hostage?
This is not the Middle Ages, Mr. Joy. Let's just say, my man has your problem in his sight. All you need to do is transfer the money and I'll make this happen.
What if I change my mind?
If that's the case, now is your chance. But I still expect to be paid. One way or another. Is that clear?
Could you give me a minute?
Of course.
Thank you.
Are you in position? Good. Stay put. Still waiting for confirmation from our client. I'll get back to you ASAP. Good evening, Mr. Corvo.
Joe. You think he's going to say yes?
I've got him in the palm of my hands. He's gone this far, he can taste it.
This is a cynical business.
It's just business. We don't question what we do, we just do it. Unlike my previous employers. You wouldn't believe the red tape I had to go through. And I made them pay. But people like that don't forget. So that is why I need you on your toes. Understood?
Absolutely.
Good. Let's go. Hello? Has the Malbec turned up?
I'm afraid not, madam. We're still looking. Would you care for something else?
One would think this Malbec was a myth. No. I'll come back later.
Look like the cat that got the canary.
Seen any staff you don't recognize who have been manhandling the food?
Madam, everything is safe to eat.
Just want to be safe.
World away and getting a text message.
How many have been asking
What do you
for it?
think you're doing? You need to be on guard. Haven't I
It's a
taught
new
you
one
anything?
every season now.
I keep forgetting.
What
Sorry.
happened to upper
Just
streets?
don't let your guard down, okay?
Ingredients.
Let's go.
Yeah, got it.
You're looking very...
So, Mr. Joy, do we have a deal?
You say this can get done. Right now.
Transfer the money, and it's only a phone call away.
Okay. Let's do it.
Good. I'll make the call.
Wait. I'm curious. Aren't you interested in what he's done?
Emotions are not my line of work. I'll be back to confirm. Mr. Joy? Do it. Money is being transferred. Corvo? What's he doing here?
Joanne?
I wonder what Corvo is doing here. It can't be good. We never liked each other. Men like that can't tolerate people like me being better than them. Oh well. Just keep a close eye.
Yep.
We should get going. Time is money. Excuse me, have you found the Malbec yet? Would love to taste it.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. We're still looking. I know we have a bottle. Could I tempt you to something else?
No, thank you. Okay, I'll be back later.
You're looking very
Is it
pleased
done?
with yourself.
Good. Now find an exit.
You never really know how, isn't she?
Oh, look at you.
Any suspicious
beaming
people
little
tampering with the food?
No, madam. I assure you, the food is not only delicious, but has been prepared and served with utmost care.
If you say so. You can't go wandering off like this. Staying in the background is good, but you need to focus.
I got your back. You just seem like you needed a little space.
Never let your guard down. That's a code that needs to be embedded into your head. Understood?
Understood.
What happened to Upper Street?
You can rest easy now, Mr. Joy. Your problem has been handled.
Well, I'm impressed, Miss Bayswater. Would you care for a drink?
I'm sorry, I don't mix business with pleasure.
I like you. But our business is done.
I'm flattered, but no. Please don't hesitate to give my name to any friends who are also in need of a problem solver. Just pass on my card. You know the rules. Enjoy the party.
Oh. Thank you. I will.
Mr. Corvo.
Good evening, Joanne.
Things are going well, don't you think? I knew I was good at this. It's such a thrill. Not as much as pulling a trigger, but it feels good.
Of course.
I could do with a drink. Let's go. No strangers mishandling the food?
No, madam, I have not. Everything here at Vignetta Yates is carefully prepared and served. I assure you.
Just want to double check. Have we got any more cards back? We need more contracts. And this is a hoodlum paradise right here. If we don't walk away having made a killing... Oh no, that won't happen. I'm too good for that.
Yes, Miss Bayswater.
Let's get back to the party. Ah, the Malbec. Wonderful. I'd love a glass. I've heard so many good things about this wine.
Good evening, 47. Your target is Philo Newcombe, a wedding planner whose CV reads like a Shakespearean tragedy. While his job is to make dream weddings a reality, he is not in the business of fairy tale endings. When one half of a couple catches his eye, Newcombe will ingratiate himself with them. Then during the course of his work, he will covertly murder their partner to clear the way for his romantic overtures. Our client was once the subject of Newcombe's infatuation and lost the love of her life as a result. Having some suspicions, she's followed Newcombe's career closely ever since and noticed a pattern of ill-fated lovers emerging in his wake. When she heard he'd been hired by a couple planning a destination wedding in Argentina, she contacted us about putting an end to Newcombe's sanguine love stories. Good luck, 47. Welcome to Mendoza, 47. It seems you've arrived just in time. Your target is showing off the grounds of Vignetta Yates to his current clients and potential victims, Michelle Pacheco and Phoebe Morris. I doubt Newcombe's assassination is on the couple's gift registry, but given his intentions, it's better than silverware. Good luck. That is Philo Newcombe, would-be Romeo and established killer.
Greeting. There's nothing like an open-air dance floor, is there? The music floats around you like dandelion seeds in the wind.
It's nice, yeah. I'm just wondering, what happens if it rains?
Oh, come on, Phoebes. Don't be such a pessimist.
You don't need to worry. They have a tent canopy they set up over the space if it gets overcast.
See? Just imagine it. The sunset, me in Nana's antique dress, my arms around your shoulders swaying like teenagers to that mixtape you made after our first date.
With a pitch like that, Michelle, you should be in my line of work.
Me? Gosh, no.
You know, rather than taxing her imagination, why don't we just show her? Do you know how to tango? Never mind, I can show you. Come on.
No, sorry. I didn't wear the right shoes, and I'm prone to blisters, so...
What's the rest of this place like?
Right. We shouldn't waste this last bit of daylight. Please, follow me. You know, Michelle, I deal with a lot of brides, and you have the most elegant bearing of any woman I've ever known. I bet you're practically going to float down the aisle.
That's sweet of you to say.
Any thoughts?
It's at the top of my list.
I can't believe I left my scrapbook in the van. Just stupid! Just when you thought Veneto Yates couldn't be a more unique venue, we come to the cinema. Reception slideshows are done to death, so I'm proposing this space for the ceremony itself.
Weren't we talking about an outdoor ceremony?
You should keep an open mind at this stage. I've done a little set dressing to help you envision it. Maybe your vows could be displayed on screen, or a romantic silent movie.
I love that idea. And the aisle's right there, with the stairs and everything. Wouldn't it be so dramatic?
Oh, I love working with a client who speaks my language, Michelle. Of course, if you choose to rent the venue, all this clutter will be dealt with. Doesn't it just take your breath away? I was thinking the bulk of the wedding party should come in from the side. You know, it might cheapen Michelle's entrance if everyone's already used the stairs themselves.
It hasn't cheapened things at any other wedding I've been to. We don't need to be that precious, Philo.
Precious. We're talking about your wedding. Ideally, the only one either of you will ever have. I'd say a little preciousness is justified.
Phoebe might have a point. I don't want to feel like a bridezilla or anything. It's everyone's special day, not just ours.
Oh, well, that's a very touching way to think about it, Michelle. I agree completely. I'll tell you, I've always imagined myself getting married in a place like this. There are changes to make, more decorations and such. An orange and violet palette feels like a must, too, given the setting.
Orange and purple? Aren't those like Halloween colors?
You think so?
Would you excuse me for a moment?
Vision.
I don't know what the hell Michelle sees in her.
Babe, don't babe me, babe. He really knows the ins and outs of planning.
What's his deal?
He's just very passionate about his vision. Probably a Virgo.
Babe.
Don't babe me, babe. I think he really knows the ins and outs of planning a wedding. So, of course, he has strong feelings about what'll work and what won't.
He's been giving me bad vibes since we first hired him. Remember that mood board he made based on your eyes?
Well, it's a clever way to brainstorm color schemes.
Mm-hmm.
Please, follow me. But Philo, you're thinking, why are we going towards the fields instead of a bottle of Malbec?
A wedding planner and a mind reader.
Well, I'm not merely guiding you to some mucky old grape field. I'm guiding you to the most memorable photo backdrop you could ask for.
Of course.
Oh, I'm glad you see it too, Michelle. Rustic and humble, a perfect balance of nature's exquisite wildness and humanity's ability to tame it. I always feel guilty showing this place, like it's a naughty little secret I should keep to myself. Oh, yeah. Please, follow me. Oh. Yeah. That one's fit for the scrapbook. Once I got that cold, classless woman out of the picture.
This is weird, right? It feels weird.
Is he gonna show us that photo or what?
Maybe he's emailing it.
I'm increasingly uncomfortable with the fact that he has my email at all, Shell.
Well, he has your work email. That barely counts.
Just stupid. Oh, right this way.
And, how about Mr. Newcombe?
You know I don't like talking about people behind their back.
If it looks this stunning now, imagine how it'll look with your loved ones here.
I'm still a bit undecided. I'd like to see the dance floor again.
I booked this band for a ceremony last year. Their repertoire is extensive. Well, they even do pop covers if you're feeling trendy. Well, let's move on, shall we? The light here really complements your complexion, Michelle.
I'm flattered.
What do you think?
It's amazing. We'd have to schedule everything around this sunset for sure.
I wish I hadn't left my scrapbook in the damn van. Here we are. Don't be worried about these cables and cases and whatnot. The back of the room is surprisingly deep, so we can tuck it behind some decorative screens. Ugh, these flowers are just placeholders, obviously. I'm imagining orange lilies and purple gladioli to play on the sunset vineyard motif.
That sounds like it would be way too matchy-matchy.
Right. I hadn't thought that.
Right. Oh, sorry. My phone is buzzing. I'll just be a second.
His vision.
She's so rude. Ugh.
I think he really knows the ins and outs of planning a wedding.
Well, let's move on, shall we?
What am I doing here?
Definitely. And our planner?
He's nice. He doesn't come with the venue, though. We can always work with someone else. I'm just not sure the venue's big enough. Let's get another peek at the main space.
This venue is suitable for medium to large groups, and the dance floor is, of course, quite slip-resistant. No sprained ankles spoiling your big day. Well, let's move on, shall we? Still with me?
Evidently, the target came prepared. And what have we here? A scrapbook. Newcombe certainly wouldn't be the first serial killer to keep trophies.
Here. I think it might interest you.
Huh? Michelle, we're getting the hell out of here, now. Bad news. I messed up and got the date of our return flight wrong. We need to leave now, or we'll miss it.
Both of you?
Yeah, we'll call you.
Here. I think it might interest you.
Thanks? Phoebe, we're leaving. Come on. Sorry, family emergency just came up. We need to leave.
Oh, of course. You have my number.
That guy is sick.
Were those hair clippings in that scrapbook?
Yeah, and the little squares of fabric. The photos with the goddamn faces scribbled out.
I'm so freaked out right now. My hands are shaking.
I know, babe. It's okay. I don't think he followed us. We can go back to the hotel, get our stuff, and be on the next plane home.
Let's just get married on your uncle's farm. This whole destination wedding idea was stupid.
Easy, we don't need to make any decisions today. Let's just focus on getting to the airport for now, and then calling the police.
Okay.
Always the planner, never the plannee. Damn it, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. She wasn't ready. She'll be mourning that woman for years. God, it's so unfair. We could have been perfect together.